All right, guys, a couple minutes and Jennifer will get started here in just a sec. If anybody pops in, you're good to go. So the mouse will work for you back and forth, and that'll flip you back and forth as well.
That's already on.
Yep, I just turn it off for you.
Thank you so very much.
Good deal?
Good deal.
Thank you. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
There was another guy sitting in here too. Was he in
Ma'am?
class? There was another man sitting in here. Was he?
Yeah, but that was her husband.
Oh, he's not in class?
No.
Oh, okay. No.
Good morning.
Hi, good
Perfect timing.
morning. Is that who we're waiting on?
Yes, Natalie.
Wonderful.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thank you so much, Steve.
You're welcome. I don't know why it came out on a long paper, and I'm not good enough to where I can figure it
I
out.
figured out what happened. It because it went to tell me paper was out, but I opened that top drawer and it still has the right size in it. So I did auto and it came out.
Oh, okay.
But it was just.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Quite welcome. I'm sorry it's on long paper.
That's all right.
Sweet. I need to know this.
Those are good. That's what I'm going to tell you when we talk about it, because when I saw those at every client I meet with who's a first time buyer, well, I usually have them with me no matter what, but if they're a first time buyer, I definitely make sure I go through that. And then they take notes and then they can visualize that and then they know what to expect.
Awesome.
It helps them a lot. So how do you guys usually do when you do class? Do you take a lunch break or how does that go?
So what time are you planning on finishing?
He said it's supposed to be 9 to 1.
Right.
Is that?
Usually gives us a little break in between so we can go restroom, grab something to drink.
Yeah, I'll probably do a couple of those little breaks. And
That's
then
good.
I guess when you're supposed to be doing your calls and things. We'll
That's
say,
at the end.
yeah,
Sure.
like around that time.
Around 12, the schedule, sometime around 12, 12:30 to 1, finish it up.
Right, we'll do something like that, or maybe even a few minutes before that. That way you can make your little calls and eat something real quick, and then we'll do the little, you'll tell me your results, and then we'll do little end, and that'll be it.
Okay.
And who knows, y'all ever finish early sometimes?
Mhm.
Do you finish early sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
If you go through it quick enough, yes.
Yes. Okay, y'all have me Friday too for open
Awesome.
houses. This has been your first time teaching Ignite. I'll tell you when she gets in. That way I don't have to keep repeating myself.
I don't know who Doas is, but that's Jay muted.
Did you just say leave it like that until somebody asks to join? Oh, you got your goodies too, huh? No, take your time. I'm good. It's just a couple of us.
did your door knocking?
Hmm?
How did your door
Oh,
knock?
well,
It did?
yeah.
Good.
How's the door knocking going these days?
Hmm?
How's the door knocking going these days?
Oh,
People are receptive to it.
Well, I'm not door knocking, but
And-
3 days. I've done it for 3 days in my whole life.
and it-
Very scary at first, but I'm getting better.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I'm terrible, but
Oh,
no, I really do. I think I'm terrible, but I'm gonna get better.
well, of course, but I'm sure you're fine because we're always more critical of ourselves.
Right.
yeah.
But yeah, practice makes perfect. It comes with anything you do. So, but that's good.
I thoroughly enjoy it, if you
Yeah,
wanna know the truth.
yeah.
So Jennifer, where do you live?
Punch tour.
Okay.
Where do you guys live?
I live on South Shore,
Oh, do you?
yes.
Well, what brought you over here?
This class in Hammond, but my home base is Mandeville. Because I plan on moving that way.
Okay, I see.
I
now.
was here after Katrina, and then I moved back to South Shore, and I'm coming back this way.
He lives down and it's Murray, right?
Nero.
Mira?
You know where that is?
Oh, perhaps.
Come on!
The parish,
Come on,
right?
huh? That's awesome.
Oh, yes. And where do you live?
I live in Covington.
Okay, good. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, well, today, as y'all know, we are going to talk about making and receiving offers. And have you guys done any offers as of yet?
No.
No, okay, so good. This is gonna be wonderful. Very, very helpful. And I'll try to be very thorough with everything and feel free to ask questions. And if you ask me a question that I absolutely don't know, I'm gonna find out the answer before we leave for you today. But hopefully I'll know it. And when I was learning, I've been a realtor for 2.5 years now. And so I started at Keller Williams and I'm still here. And I was actually Rookie of the Year.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so I've been a nurse for an RN for 24 years now.
Wow.
And I'm currently still employed on an as-needed basis, but I haven't worked since June. So while I was a nurse, I did management, teaching, working the floor, all of those things. So all that experience thoroughly helped me communicating with people.
Yeah.
So
that's
any
great.
other things you've done, you'll notice that it completely helps you identify with anybody. Because, as a nurse, you're there to take care of people, no matter how much money they do or don't have. If they
Right.
believe in this or that, you're non-judgmental. So that is very,
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah, that's great. So you just
get the
were
mileage,
ready,
there you go.
you were ready to get out of nursing after 24 years.
I miss, because
Uh-huh.
I was a labor and delivery nurse and, worked in mostly labor and delivery other than teaching. So I missed some of it. And then when I did decide to go full-time doing this, I quit at St. Tammany. And then I
Oh,
came,
really?
Mhm.
Uh-huh. Oh,
So I came to Camelot to be a weekend supervisor every other weekend. But like I said, I haven't worked since June.
But that was a nice, sort of a nice transition.
It was
So were you at St. Tammany for a long time?
8 years, I think I was there,
Did you
but I
like
was originally from South Florida too. And
Uh-huh.
after Katrina, everybody kind of migrated to So, but I love it. I love it here. I wouldn't go back.
Yeah.
Can everybody online hear okay?
Yes.
Okay. just
Hey,
checking.
Pam.
Yes,
Tuttle.
yes.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. So tell me a little bit about your background, married, kids, what you've done prior to becoming an
I was in the
agent.
hospitality business, restaurant business mainly,
Wonderful.
and I'm not married anymore. I'm divorced, and I have 4 kids, 3 grandkids, and having grandkids is everything they say it is.
I know I have.
That's great. Anyway, so that's me.
Wonderful, wonderful. So that hospitality, you're gonna find helps you, the industry.
I've already noticed that.
Yes.
I've already
absolutely.
noticed that.
It's a communication in this business.
Picking
is
up
the
people's
key.
demeanor.
Yes, yeah, it helps a ton. So you're in good shape. And
I'm
yeah,
Natalie.
nice to
And
meet you.
nice to meet you, Jennifer. And I'm not married, don't have kids, and I worked in the oil and gas industry for many, many years, like 35 years. And, but things are really bad in oil and gas.
That's what that was gonna be my question. So you decided to make a career change
Yeah,
while you.
I actually got my license 18 years ago, but I immediately went inactive and I just took the continuing education
Mhm.
last year and it was activated mid-December.
Oh, good.
So.
You decided now's the
So-
time for me to try this out, right?
Right, I did not want to have to go through all of the exams again, and so
Absolutely.
anyway, it paid to, just pay that annual fee to remain
Yeah.
inactive.
Mhm. I actually took 2 years before I, maybe I should turn this in touch. Good morning, Latoya. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. But yeah, I took my course and I did the same thing while I was nursing. And I was like, well, and then I was Dawn, who you guys met Dawn.
Yeah.
Okay. So our daughters did gymnastics together, and that's how I wound up coming to KW. And I'm so glad every day that I did. This is by far the best agency and
Uh-huh.
brokerage that
Yeah.
doing research and speaking with other people. I mean, I even have a friend who I grew up with who has her own brokerage on the North Shore. But I chose to come to KW because I was like, okay, they work like a family together. Everybody helps each other. They have a very good reputation. We have technology out of this world. So, and I found since I've been here, nothing's changed. It's great. You always have somebody you can go to and ask your questions and get trained, because a lot of the places, they don't have training like this.
Exactly.
Right.
I know, and I've heard nothing but really good things about Tuttle.
Wonderful.
So
Great.
So that's good to hear that, you're saying that too.
Right. And then being a sort of new agent like you guys are, I know what worked for me and what I heard and what I had to kind of dig up myself and learn and then ask questions about. So that's what I try to cover, what I felt like I could use a little bit more of when I was learning.
Yeah.
Right. Anybody have any questions before we get started with our slides? Or any comments? I think just. Okay, so our time is supposed to be 9 to 1. We'll see how it goes. If it goes a little faster, we don't have tons of questions and we get done faster, then we'll be able to go early. It just depends, and then we will take a couple breaks so everybody go to the bathroom and get some things to drink, and we'll see how everything goes. But at any time, if you have any questions, please, there's no dumb question, which people like to say. Don't ever be afraid to ask anything. Because if you don't ask, you don't know. And that's, by the way, one of the things I tell my clients, because they're always scared to ask questions. And I was like, do not be scared and don't be afraid to ask me multiple times. And there is no dumb question, and that's how we learn.
Yeah.
So always they appreciate that if you say that to them. Okay, so who would like to share what they are grateful for so far in
God bless you.
your learning journey, in your Ignite classes?
Say it again.
So far, what have you guys been grateful for in your learning experience with the Ignite classes and other things you've taken so far?
Well, I feel like it's been really informative. All of, not only the Ignite, but all of the other classes that are available. I
Yes,
love that they have.
so many.
Yeah, I can't imagine, going with there's a little company in Covington, and the girl that is the breaker there tried to persuade me to come here, and I'm just so glad.
Which one is that one?
Jay Farm, you're familiar?
Yeah, I am. I was starting to build a team the first year. And the girl I was, trying out, I went out having surgery. So while I was out, she actually left and went to J Park.
Oh, really?
But she likes it. She's doing well. So
Is
that's
it, it's not Rosie, is it?
No, it's
Oh.
Laura.
Okay.
Do you mind if I take your packet? You have a couple who are on Zoom and I can scan them
So they have the packet that
Oh,
they have.
it was just a purchase agreement and just people things that I find helpful.
Okay.
Um,
That way at
give
least.
to your
that
new
you can-
buyers.
Yeah, that would be great for me.
Yes. Okay. So today, as we already said, our focus is going to be on making offers on behalf of your buyer clients. Okay. It said to best be prepared. You want to have a sample of your of a purchase agreement and then a cover letter. But there's a cover letter in your packets and on the slides in a little bit. So we'll look at that then. But I gave you the purchase agreement. Okay. So what successful agents do every day, and I'm sure you guys have been going through this on a daily basis, and I'm sure you've been working it well to grow your business. You want to lead generate for buyers and sellers. What have you guys found so far that you think that you're going to prefer, buyers or sellers, or kind of just both to start out with for sure?
Me, sellers,
Sellers.
I can see it gravitating toward that way.
That's good.
Yeah, I think buyers appeal to me
I do mostly buyers.
more. Really?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
But I think it's because of you kind of get in a comfort zone. The more experience you get with things, it's not that you can't do the others. You
Right.
know, I can do that well as well. But I feel like I like the buyers because I've got it down pat and
Yeah.
I've figured out what works.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I have.
Uh-huh.
So you're probably right. You're gonna
Yeah, I mean, I
Go with your
haven't done
instincts.
much. I've taken the classes. I think I'm afraid to
don't
jump off the cliff.
don't be. And if you ever need help, other help
Uh-huh.
than your other teachers and coaches, that's why I gave you my
Thank
card.
you, Jen. Oh,
Feel
that's
free.
so kind of you.
Anybody that I recruit to come to KW,
Uh-huh.
I meet with them
Uh-huh.
while they're doing their courses and getting studying for their exam. I meet with them and I go through the processes
Uh-huh.
that I use
Yeah.
and always have them access to me so that they can ask any kind of questions.
That's
So
very
I do not
nice.
mind. I do not mind at all. And I'm always watching and looking for good help too. For
Uh-huh.
because I get lots of leads, and sometimes when you're one person, not working in a team, it can get rough to do everything when you start getting busy.
Uh-huh.
Because I mean, just showing the houses,
Yeah.
and then getting you got to be organized, and
Uh-huh.
when you got 7 kids at home, it's rough. It's rough, but that's why I'm doing this because I can make my own schedule too.
Uh-huh.
All right, so also make seller listing presentations and get your listing and make buyer presentations and get buyers and preview real estate. Have you guys been out doing that? Have you done searches to see what's around in the different areas and gone out to some of the open houses or just made an appointment and went and looked at things yourself? Because I did that at the beginning and I found it to be very helpful.
Really?
Very helpful.
It
Okay.
is. It
I
is.
haven't done it.
It is. You get to see you get to see things to compare.
Uh-huh.
You can say, okay, well, this is kind of this price range and this is this, and you can
Uh-huh.
see, how things are updated or if they're not. And
Yeah.
but you get a good idea of what's
Mhm.
out there and where it's at.
Mhm.
But that's very, very helpful. I did a lot of that at the beginning, and I thoroughly believe in that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and running your business, you want to market your seller listings. So whenever you have a listing, and that can be part of marketing yourself to get your listing to begin with. You can say, we have a lot of buyers, on Keller Williams, we have many agents and buyers, and we have lots of good marketing materials. And I also will market your listing. If you check out a lot of the other realtors, they will market on their Facebook pages, on social medias, their listings, so that they're showing them to people who aren't even, out there necessarily looking, or it's right in front of their face and they didn't see that one, or their realtor didn't send them that one.
Mhm.
So, it's there and things are selling like hotcakes. I'm sure that y'all heard and seen that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I've been heavily marketing new construction because we don't have those issues with new construction. You know, you don't have to negotiate. Well, there's a little bit of negotiating with that, but it's not on price wise. It's on incentive wise. But you know, you're not going to have a negotiation problem and losing house after house after house. It can be discouraging for people.
Yeah.
But make sure when you're talking to them though, and you've got the client, they've signed your buyer's agreement, and you know you've met with them, that you talk to them about that at this time, so they know to expect that, and so they're not going to come in with any very low ball offers, you know, things like that. You got but all you can do is educate. You know, you are the realtor, and if they decide, you know, they want you to make an offer, that's legally your responsibility. You know, you can advise, you can recommend, educate, but you can't make the decisions for them. You're just there to represent them. And if you know things aren't going well, and you think to yourself, and I think we even received something recently by email or text from Miss Linda or in one of our groups, and it said, you know, it's your responsibility to make those offers, and you just have to think to yourself, if they're not listening and taking your advice, and they still insist on things that are just going to cost you work a gazillion times because you're not in that house, you can decide, is this the right person that I want to work with? You know, and then at that point you might decide to decline working with them. It's just a decision that you have to think about. That would be really hard for me. You know, that's why I try right from the beginning to educate.
Have you ever
Fired a client?
have you ever had to?
No, I have not actually. That's what I'm saying. I think that would be very rough for me to have to make that decision.
Yeah.
Now, coming close to wanting to a few times, you know, you're going to deal with all kind of people.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes it'll wear on your nerves. But you know, at the end of the day, it's our job, and we can do it. All right, show buyers houses. So have y'all probably had a class on that, or you will, about doing showings and working with the buyers? Like a lot of people, most people will not show a buyer a house until they know that they're pre-approved.
Right.
And that's why I start, you know, I try to get them to either do a Zoom, meet me in the office, definitely a phone call if nothing else, so that I can go through everything with them and explain the reasons for that. And you know, you want to make it sound positive, not just because you don't want to go out there and waste your time, but you want to make sure, you know, that they don't get excited about something they're not going to be able to have either. So that's why I say, let's start out and make sure that we're going to get pre-approved, and, you know, and explain all that, making it sound good to them that it's all about them, because it is.
Yeah.
Negotiating contracts. That's a biggie, especially right now, but always you need to know how to do that. But I think y'all are going to have a class on that, or so you probably haven't had it yet since I'm doing this today. Yeah, that won't be a part of this class. This is just going to be like the processes. Transaction management to closing, and hopefully you guys will get good help with the coaching with that. And like I said, if you ever need help, you know, I'm glad to. You can text me too, and I keep my phone on silent. So if I'm sleeping, don't worry about it. Even if it's the middle of the night, I'm doing this, and whenever I see it, I'll answer.
That is so kind of you.
Vendor management, that's very good when you learn the people that you like to work with, or you see them at one of our meetings or something, and you think, this might be a really good person to work with. You find those people and you make that your loop. And most of the time you use them. And then when you use them, they get business from you. So when you have open houses and things like that, they will come in and they will donate things for the open houses. So it's a give and a take, and it works out very well. And also you find from your vendors, you know, title lawyers, like when we're working with them all the time, they get to know us well. I can text them and call them anytime I want and ask them any question, you know, even if it's a personal legal question, or one of my clients has a question, you know, and we don't have to pay for that because we work together very well. But that's the ones you want to find. You want to find the people that will communicate well with you. You don't want to send someone out to do an application for a loan, and then they're getting in touch with you, you know, 3 days later. I've never heard anything about this loan. You want somebody, you know, for instance, my number one person I use is Rick Sedberry at Movement. because he and I, and he has it with many other of the agents too, a very good relationship with communication. That's the most important thing you need to have, and then they have the apps and they'll co-brand it with you, which makes people feel more comfortable as well, because they can see, okay, these two work together, this all looks legit, and I give them contact information, and I let Rick know. I've just sent out an application. These are the circumstances with this person. You should be getting it. And then I ask them to let me know when they complete their application. And then he's really quick. He usually have an answer in a day. And then, I've had many people who've had to work on a few issues on their credit to get them finished. And he'll say, "Good morning." He will say, "Okay, they need to do X, Y, Z," but he's not going to give out their personal information to them. He'll tell them what they need to do. But yes, very good going back and forth with them. And then I use quarterly title too a lot. And then you'll find your inspectors that you like to use as well. And you kind of build your referral base for who you want to use. That
So the
involves,
buyer side is responsible for the inspections?
yes, it's the buyer side. Now, when you're doing listings, it's really good for your clients to know exactly what's going on with their home, encourage them to get an inspection done beforehand, because then they know what might come up as an issue, and what you need to disclose as well, and those disclosures. But I mean, it's completely up to them. You can't force them. I just recommend it. And I always like when I see that too, that there's a paper on the counter saying this house has been inspected prior to listing it, because then we know that they know we can be wrong. And then we also know ahead of time, if they're trying to hide anything or not, and that they disclosed everything to us. It's just a really good base to have to start out with. Set your goals. I know y'all go through that every day. Work on your goals. Compliance and risk management. Compliance is very important for all of your paperwork that you do. And I'm sure you guys have gone into command and been learning a lot about that. And we'll look at the command side of making the offers today too. But compliance, because it's important. You need to keep those records and have them, and make sure you get it done correctly the first time so you can get paid. You don't want to keep getting it kicked back to you because you don't have what you need there. So, part of your learning, just make sure you get it down pat of what you need to have. And sometimes even in command, won't be a tag for something, but we know that we need it. So I'll make my own tag and I'll put it in there. Like a COVID form. Everybody needs to have that right now. If it's hurricane season, you got to have the hurricane form. And then what's the other one? Oh, you want to do the wiring fraud. Always do the wiring fraud. And that's just to inform your clients, when you're going closing, people try to scam you to get you to wire money, and you could lose, thousands of dollars by wiring it to the wrong person. So it's just a warning. But those are all things that we need to have that might not necessarily be tagged on your opportunity. Attend trainings and get coaching. Well, you guys are great. So here you are. And then managing your money. That's a big part of it too, because you're your own employer. They don't take taxes out of anything. You get 1099 at the end of the year. So you need to make sure that you keep your business account, do an LLC. You don't have to do the LLC right away. You can take your time. You just if you haven't done it by the first time you need to do the taxes, then you file with your taxes and you just use your income from your 1099, and then do your you do all your subtractions and everything as far under your business on your but you would just yes, thank you, deductions. But you do that and you just use your Social Security with your regular taxes until you get an identifying number. Okay.
Was it overwhelming for you learning all this?
Is it? I'm sorry, the lawnmower.
Overwhelming? Was it
Oh
overwhelming?
yes, it gets very overwhelming.
Yeah, just trying to learn it all.
It is. It's a lot, and that's why I was working as a nurse full time, and I was actually working the night shift and still, taking care of the family and everything.
Yeah.
And my husband was working, It was very busy, and I like to know down pat, black and white, everything before I'm out there trying to do something.
Yeah,
Because I don't want to look like I don't know what I'm doing.
right,
So it took me a little bit more time. So I'd come to all my classes, I'd keep really good notes, and I just started working it. And as you work through it, you know, I didn't necessarily probably have to be that way, but that's just kind of how I am with my learning. But the more you do and just jump right into, and if you have good resources to ask questions to, you start learning, picking up, and you find out along the way what you don't know that you still need to know, and you know what questions to ask. But always keep, whenever you think of something, if you're not right there and you need to ask somebody at that time and you can't, keep a little notebook with you always, and always write down. And then if you find out something, you're like, oh yes, or and if it's figures or where to look this up and find it, keep your little notebook and always write it down so you don't forget later.
Yeah.
But yes, it's a lot to learn. It really is. It is. And it takes sometimes people go into real estate, and when they're going through the different classes, they say, I'm not so sure this is going to be for me. Oh no, you'll be fine. You will be fine. Like I said, please reach out to me, because I don't want you to feel that way. But you'll just find some people who, you know, they don't have a lot of education. They haven't worked a lot out, and maybe they've always been a stay-at-home mom, or you know, things like that, and they just find it to be too overwhelming for them, or they decide, okay, the communication part of this for me is not. I don't want to do this. I don't like talking to people. You know? But then also, you know, there's many roles you can play as a real estate agent. You know, you can do the paperwork on a team. You can call and do people's leads, like a call and, you know, work on leads for them, if that's your niche. You can go out and be a showing agent for a team. So there's many different things that you can, if you find that you don't want to do all of this, that's not really for you, and you need to make a set paycheck, you know, you can explore many options. But, you know, really doing the big picture and working on everything, that's where you're going to build your wealth. So if you choose to do something, you know, along those lines, to have a job and make a regular paycheck, it's not going to be a wealth building thing. You have to really take this and run with it. And then also I tell people, you know, they have different amounts of business they want to do, and maybe they are good with doing one closing a month. You have those people, you know, they just say, okay, well, I can make about $4,000 or $5,000 every month doing one closing. I'm fine with that. If I get more, that's fine. I've come across many people like that. And then you have these people who want to do as many as they can. And then they encourage you at Keller Williams to go and start getting into investing as well while you're selling, because that's how you build your wealth even greater.
Investing
in real estate.
Okay.
Yourself.
Buying properties.
And what they teach you mostly, there's some good books that Gary Keller puts out that you can read about investing, just like they have the Millionaire Real Estate book. Have y'all gotten that already?
Who wants to be
Millionaire Real Estate
yeah.
Agent by Gary Keller. That's okay. Yeah, that's a good one. But he's got one just like that for investing. So it'll be good to get. And even if you're not interested in investing, reading it's good, because you're going to get clients coming to you with lots of questions and who are investors. And if you seem like you know what you're talking about and you're willing to work with them, then you're going to get that client, and you might get repeat business and referrals, because investors have investor friends. So it's good. Okay, where we at? So the timeline. Okay. I like these pictures because these timelines work very well, like this sheets I sent out, gave to you. The team that I was on prior to coming back to working by myself, our first time buyer packet that we made had these two forms in them, and I found them very good. And that's why I made you copies. And it very well may be in our, you know how we can go in and find different, in KW Connect, you have different things that forms and all that you can look through to see what you might want to put into your listing packet or your buyer's packet. And these are probably in there. But these are very good when you're educating your first time buyers, especially. But it doesn't hurt to go over it with anyone. And they can envision it. Like you, as you're saying it, they can look at this and say, oh, yeah,
Uh-huh.
and this is how much money I need to be prepared with. Because that's one of the biggest things when people are, they don't understand, how buying a house works, and that you may not have to have much money at all. And there's other ways that we can get some to help you. And then, this would be the max that you would have to come up with. So I usually kind of go from one end to the other when I'm educating, and I'll teach them about the different types of loans. And you will learn all that as you go, and pretty quickly too, when you start, getting the buyers and all. But yes, I find this to be good. So, the whole thing is about the offer process. So prepare the offer, then write the offer, present the offer. We're going to go over every single one of these topics, responding, and then your ahas. And of course, as always, your daily success habits. Okay, so once the buyer's found their perfect home, the seller starts looking forward to concluding the sale of the property. And this is where it says the fun and magic begins. But you got to get to this point first. So, that means meeting with your buyer first, going through the whole process, finding out exactly what they want, which is, on that sheet right there, and getting to the point where you go out and look at the houses. And just a little tidbit while I'm thinking about it. When you meet with them, and you start sending them homes, and they say, oh, yes, I want to see this one, this one, this one, and that one. And they made up a big long list rather than 2 or 3. I always tell them, okay, do me a favor if it's a long list. I'll say, why don't you in the next couple of days go take a ride by each one of these and make sure that when you pass by those, that they are in a neighborhood you're comfortable with, that the pictures do it, sometimes the pictures don't do it justice, or sometimes the pictures do it more justice than, and when you see it, you're like, oh no, I'm not interested in this. The property might not be well maintained even on the outside. So they'll usually come back with a condensed list. And that way, you're not wasting time going to all these houses that are just, and then you'll learn that too, these kind of things, by going and doing your previews on weekends or whenever you get time to go check out a few houses yourself. But that's very helpful, saves you a lot of time. So you want to also, once you get to that point, or even in your first time little meeting, you can go through the process too and make an offer so they understand how everything works. And I usually do, because I want them to know beginning to end exactly, how everything works. But the buyer makes the offer, and then the seller responds in 1 of 3 ways. They can counter the offer, which means they've looked it over and they don't necessarily want to do everything that's on there, or maybe they don't want to do any of it. And they'll come back with a counter offer. Or sometimes they look it over and they say, oh, this is great. Especially right now, it's a seller's market and they can get more money than they're even asking. Oh, this is fabulous, I'll take it. Or they can reject the offer all the way together, which the only time I've ever received that was when, I had someone insist on lowballing, and I was just like, but, that they wanted to do it. Didn't matter. They wanted to try. And sometimes the sellers will get very insulted if you come in here with something crazy. And they'll just say, reject. And so once you come to the counteroffer process, that's when you negotiations that you're going to talk about in another class. I'm sure we'll come out talking about a little bit about that today, but you'll get that in depth in another class for negotiations. And then if it's accepted, you start the contract to close process right away. And then if the offer is rejected, it says buyer's agent, contact listing agent to learn more, and don't assume no means no. So it might have been somebody was very, upset about the offer they got. And when you're talking to the listing agent, they'll tell you, and we'll kind of go back and forth and say, well, what do you think? Would they be okay with talking to us, or us coming back with something else and rewriting up, another offer? And most of the time it's yes. So, but that's just, keep that in mind. You might have somebody who had a really bad day that day, and you just like, I'm not taking any of these offers. You come across all kind of people, and we all have bad days, and you never know. So communicating with your listing, your listing agent is very important. And when we go through it, it's always communicate with your other agents, because you don't want to just all of a sudden find an offer in your box and or, you know, they don't want to just find an offer that they didn't even know you sent them, and they don't know anything about the client or what their situations are. You know, it's very important y'all talk. What emotions do you think buyers and sellers have at this stage? Like right when they're putting out their first offer for a house that they've decided this one's for me.
Nervousness.
Anxiety. Yep.
Anxiety, yeah. And excitement too.
Yeah.
Same thing with the listing, like, oh, good, somebody's making an offer on the house. I hope it's a good one, you know, and I can't wait and get this thing sold so I can buy me a new house, or, you know, or they're having their house built already.
Right.
And, you know, they're stressing out about things. So all kind of things come with that stage. I just always be reassuring to your clients, make them feel good. Of course, we understand there's always going to be anxiety with it, but say, all right, you know, this is something and I don't know, you know, everybody's does their own thing, but, you know, my clients, I'll say, okay, you know, say your prayers, and I'll be saying mine. You know, you just gotta, before you say anything like that, kind of touch base, and as you meet with your clients, you'll know when they are good to be talking with and what they aren't. And cross your fingers, you know, and I was like, I feel good about this. I feel good, and you know, and we just say, don't feel like if they don't take your first offer, that's the end of the world. We're gonna negotiate. You know, I'm good at that. But when you go through your processes, though, hopefully you've come to a very informed decision for them to make about what they want to offer, and you guys have coordinated and you have a good offer on paper. That when we get to that point, that's what I said, I reassure them, because I feel like what I've written and we've talked about, you know, is pretty good most of the time, and I just want them to feel positive and happy. You know, it's like just make them feel good. Calm them down a bit, keep them informed. Okay, so now that we have an idea how the process works, we're going to prepare ourselves to write the offer on behalf of our buyer. Okay, so the first step in representing your buyer at the offer stage is preparing to write your offer. The checklist can be found in your toolkit, and also a sample is included on page 3 of your participant guide. So did y'all take a minute and already look through the checklist yet in your slide? Didn't you print your
Yes.
participant stuff?
Yes.
It should be in there. And you can just kind of look at what's on the list and see what they recommend for you to do so that you're prepared. So in the list, what things do you think in the list can be completed before the offer itself is made? And as you read through too, if you have any questions.
From what I see, it seems like you could pretty much do all of this, huh?
Yes, very good. You need to do all of that. Follow your list. And even at the beginning, for you to make a copy of that list and have it with you is great until you get it down pat, and you won't even have to think about it as you get a little bit further down the line. You'll just know, I need this, and that, because you know everything is electronic. And the way we're going to present it here is going to be sitting down with your client and going through, making the opportunity, and then filling everything in together, and then letting them electronically sign while you're all together. But we all know that doesn't always happen that way. So we may be on the phone, or we might be running, looking at it. I want this house now. I want to get the offer in so that we don't lose it. And I'll take out my notepad and I'll say, okay, you know, what are you thinking about an offer price? Have you thought about that? And I always would say in there, produce a comparative market analysis so that your buyer, you know, for your information, is that price on this house good? I mean, do you think, you know, it's negotiable a little bit, or is this a really good price they're already asking? And then, you know, show it to your clients so that they also know what houses are going for with that square footage and these amenities and, this area, so that they don't come in with something, and they'll usually ask you most of the time, well, what do you think? So I'll be ready, because I've looked at this to kind of talk about it. Reviewing the tax records, that's good, because you can go back and look, when did this person purchased this house for, how long ago was it? And you can see, and not necessarily that you have any control over that, because the prices, you gain equity in your homes, and and the prices go up, so you're going to make more off of your home as you go along, as long as you care for it well, and it's in a good a good area that hasn't changed, hasn't declined a lot or anything. But just so where we're at with taxes and sales of the house, and then always, and I always look for, I just click active, because you don't want to show them houses unless they want you to, that are already under contract, because you're going to get their hopes up, and you're going to waste your time most of the time. Now, if it's one that they really love, they passed by and they saw this house, and they're in love with it, they saw the sign in the yard, and I see that it's under contract, I'll call the agent and I'll say, listen, I have a client very interested in this home that I see you have under contract. And we ask each other, we do this all the time, how confident are you in this contract? They'll say, well, we're supposed to close in a week, but I really don't think it's going to happen because X, Y, and Z. They're usually very honest, because if they feel like it's going to fall through at any point, they want other
You
people
don't have somebody in there.
a backup.
Yep.
Yes. And then also sometimes, the people will have houses on a contingency, meaning, I have to sell my house before I can buy yours. But then if somebody else comes in with an offer, you have to give the other people so many hours to say, I'm just gonna go ahead and buy it right now before I sell my house, or no, I can't. So then you can give it to the other person. You can accept their offer. But anyway, that's communication. Like I said, it's all about communication. But you don't want to go run around showing all these houses that are already under contract, because that's a waste of your time and gets their hopes up too. Okay, so when your client finds that perfect house, and most of the time they know it, they'll go look around and they won't say, well, maybe it's not off the board. But then when they know, they'll say, okay, I want to make an offer on this house because this is my house. I want this. Don't waste time doing it. Get it done, especially right now. But you really shouldn't ever. I mean, if you know that nobody's got any offers in, because I usually ask them that too. I was like, okay, so the client wants to write an offer, and we were getting ready to go to dinner. Should I write it before I go to dinner? I mean, because I'll ask them, do you have other offers there? If there is, you need to get it going and do it right away. And then also you can have in your mind too, this is going to be part of negotiations, but if they do actually have other offers in there, you're going to have to think harder about what your offer is going to be, because they're not going to tell you what it is legally, but you want to make sure you get it. You're going to have to get pretty close to that.
So with this present climate, with the houses and all, so say you have a client, and yes, I like this house, I want to make an offer, and you call the agent, and the agent says, you have multiple people interested, and so how would you get that offer to them as quick as possible? Could you email that, or how does that?
Yeah, it's all we're gonna go. I'm gonna show you where you put everything in, and everything goes by email.
Okay.
To the other agents, everything's signed electronically. So you get that offer in, and after a while, it's gonna take you 10 minutes to go in and fill everything in on your offer and get it sent to your clients to get it signed, and then send it to the other agent and do the communication and all, and be like, boom, boom, boom. You will get to that point, but yes, electronically. You're going to have, every once in a while, you're going to have an older person who does not deal with email, and things like that. That makes things more difficult, because you're going to have to come in and meet with them and get them to sign the paperwork. You're going to have to scan it in to send it to the other agent. Mostly old-fashioned ways when you're dealing with those. But you got to learn how to do it all so that you can accommodate any client. Okay, so let's see what that says. Yes, customers always come first. And when I was saying about the dinner thing, I just pretty much pointed that out. But you want to make sure that you get that offer in before you worry about going out of town. Like, don't leave to go out of town and before you've done your offer and say, oh, I thought I had plenty of time to do it. And then your client loses the house because somebody else comes and wipes it up. And that happens very often, especially now, even with new construction. You can go out there and show them, you know, they're not picking a lot. They really want to get one that's going to be ready, that they're already working on. Maybe in the next month or two they could close. And they say, well, I'm going to want some time to think about it. I was like, okay, that's perfectly fine, because I want you comfortable with whatever you're going to get. Or if you have other things to see, that we will do that first. But let them know that somebody can walk in right after them and put a contract on that house. And it happens all the time.
Right.
So just make sure they're educated. Communication. Okay. Okay, so our goal in this section is to help you put together an offer that you and your client are very proud of. So this is your chance to shine and let them know you know what you're doing and you want them to be happy. And they'll know. They'll know if it's all about them. That's how you got to make them feel. Because if you do, they're going to refer you. And they're going to come back to you. And because people usually buy multiple houses in their lifetime.
Right.
And then their kids are buying houses, and their friends are asking them, who did you use to buy your house? So I've gotten lots of, in my short time morning, I've gotten lots of referrals from doing the things that I tell you that I do, because they appreciate it. Okay, so to write an offer, you need to obtain a copy of the contract or purchase agreement used in our area, in which I printed you guys one, so that you can see exactly what's on there and you can ask us the questions about everything. But as we go along, you can refer to it. And then using the checklist to write an offer, page 4 of your participant guide is where that is. You'll be able to make sure you've covered your bases. Okay, to help you write a stellar offer, we'll use the checklist to write an offer. And this can be found on page 5 of your participant guide and in the toolkit as well. And it's Hey, yeah, how are you? I know, it's good to see you.
Good morning.
Good.
So this is what command, have y'all been into command a good bit, dealing with everything? Okay, so that's what it looks like when you go to create an opportunity. But this is where your opportunities are. So you need to make sure that you have the person in already as your contact, because that you can't create an offer until you do. So once you have them in there, then you go to this, and then once you click on it, you're going to see details, seller profile, documents, offers, commissions, notes. But that's where everything will be. And then once you have it in, whenever you go to opportunities, it'll list them all, and you choose the one that you want to work on once you've created one.
And what part of command is that from?
It's right when you log in,
Right.
that's going to come up. You're going to see all this
Right.
for your choice.
So which one's highlighted right there? Which one is that?
This one is your opportunities.
Okay.
That's where everything's going to go for each one of your clients. Once you have their contact and put their contact info in, then you can click opportunities, and you're going to create a new opportunity.
Wow.
It's a lot, but once you get it down, like I said, you get it quick, and it's the same thing over and over and over. Let's see, I wonder if I can use a PowerPoint, but I was thinking I could pull up
I see.
mine and show you.
I see it. Thank you.
You do? Okay. Because it was saying to maybe go in and to an opportunity and kind of show you how to make one, like literally clicking on it. I'm trying to think if I could get to mine, I could show you. I just don't want to mess everything up. Is there a way to minimize the page with this? So whenever you go in there and you, when you go in to the opportunity, you go and click offer where you want to add an offer in, okay? And that's where you're in the opportunity, and then vote. Then click on opportunity title. And I usually title my opportunity with the address of the house. That's way it's easy. You're not thinking, so sometimes you'll forget, your buyer's name and who's associated with which if you have too much going on.
Yeah.
So I like to use that as my opportunity title. Then you want to click add new offer on the right side of the page. Also, when you're going and creating an offer, you want to title the actual offer, if it's the first one, initial. That way, when you're going back and looking through all your records and you have to submit for compliance into another piece of this down the line, you can make sure you submit the right piece at the right spot. Because you're going to need to go back and you're going to have to be throwing things in with your contract date, your closing date, and the commission rate, and just numerous things that you're going to have to fill in, and you don't want to have to keep going back and through all of them to find out which is which. So when you do the first one, label initial offer, and so I'll usually put the house address, initial offer. You want to keep everything as organized as you can for yourself, because it saves you time. Otherwise, you're taking, instead of taking that 10 minutes to do that offer, when you start getting things down pat, if you have to search through everything, a 10 minutes is going to be an hour or so. Okay, so then complete the offer details section, and that is, there's details. But when you hit, that's why I'm going to click on it. When you click offers, it starts asking you to put everything in.
So I can't get to that page until I have a buyer.
Yes, you have to have,
'Cause I can't, I notice it won't let me go.
you have to click your contact, put your contact in, and then once you have contact in there, then once you have the contact in there, go to the opportunities. And you click on that. And you want to create an opportunity.
Okay, that would be the buyer.
And then you start filling out all your info about the buyer. That's the info page.
Okay.
Yes.
And that'll bring you, after I do that and hit create, it'll bring up that page.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
So enter the offer version name and set the offer date and close date. That's what you're looking at right there. What you just pulled up, it asked you for the offer date, the close date, every kind of details of what is going to be in your offer. And then on the buyer side, you will also enter the listing details, either by clicking select from KWLS or by manually entering the details. It says click parties at the bottom right of the page when finished. I promise, if it seems like Greek right now while I'm telling you and you're trying to stay right there, I will pull up mine and like show you guys
Well, it definitely
the
looks
steps.
green.
Yeah, I
And I
know.
know it's written in English, but it looks green.
Right, but when I explain it to you and then I show you mine and click on things and open them for you, it'll make a lot more sense. Yes. Then next, you're going to enter either the buyer or seller info along with your agent's information as well. The side you're representing should be auto-filled with the info that you put in. So when you put in that stuff, it's going to auto-fill a lot of things for you that you don't have to keep typing over and over and over through, the different contracts and forms and things.
Morning.
Then click terms at the bottom right of the page when ready. And then you're going to enter the terms of your offer. Click agent analysis at the bottom right of the page when finished. And then you're going to enter the agent analysis. This is where you have the opportunity to show your expertise and give your opinion of the offer. List the pros, cons, and give a summary. This will be useful later when you email the offer comparison to your clients. I'm going to tell you. So it just depends when you start working with it, if you feel like you need to put that in there or not. You will get some very detail-oriented clients who would appreciate something like that. But if you're going in there and you're just trying to get a quick offer written up, yeah. Putting notes, always put notes where you can so you don't forget. You know, and if you're not going to type your notes in there, but I recommend you do, because when you start getting multiple contracts, if those notes are going to be helpful for you to remember, you know, different when you've touched base with them about this and that. And also if something legal comes later on down the line, you can go back to those notes step by step and you have them there. And that's great because they ask you to give them a summary. They'll say this so-and-so, you know, filed a complaint against you. I need a response by this date, explaining exactly what happened. And that's where those notes will really come in handy.
Then you put the notes under this create opportunity.
There's a place
Okay.
in here where it asks for an agent analysis.
Okay.
And that's where you could put the pros and cons and make some notes in there. But there's also in your opportunity, there's a place for you to put notes about everything. Like you could do like a timeline of notes every time you contact the client or do anything with them. You could come in and do that. But the notes spot in your agent analysis would be for them to look at, and also for you showing, you know, why you think that this would be a good offer or in this ballpark, and this is why we might ask for this or that, so they understand it better. Okay, so we got that part, and then you click save at the bottom right of the page when finished. So that's your first info that you need to have in there so you can get everything done. But it's going to make more sense when I walk you through it.
Yeah.
You know, then you can go back when you're trying to practice. Keep all these things that you print out because it will be very helpful. You'll remember us talking about it and you'll look at the timeline here. Those timelines are good. And then you can just follow through this and then you look at the notes about how to do it. It'll make sense when you go in there and you're clicking the different things it tells you to click and it's telling you how to do it step by step. So I recommend have it next to you the first couple times you do it.
Yeah.
But it'll make more sense when I actually walk you through it with mine. Okay. Offer writing guidelines. Turn to page 6 of your participant guide for the offer writing guidelines. You want to keep these guidelines in mind and use the checklist in your toolkit called Checklist to Write an Offer as you write your offer. You know, especially the first few, you know, but like I said, after a while, you're going to get it down pat. You don't even have to think about it. It just
Look forward to that time.
Yeah, you'll get it, and it'll be a lot sooner than you think. I promise. I promise.
It seems like a far out destination right now.
Yeah, it's not that far.
Sure does.
And like I said, practice makes perfect. So, you know, the more you do, or the more you practice, the faster you're going to get better at it. Okay, so you want to ensure that your buyers know that all checks, earnest money deposits, are written at the same time the offer is written and are deposited upon acceptance. This will vary by area. Check with your team leader for specific guidelines. Well, you need to know if you don't have a team or anything. What happens is that's part of your offer. You need to say, okay, so for your earnest money deposit, you say $500 or $1,000 or this percent, and then that's part of on the contract. And they'll say, they may come back, yeah, that's fine. They agree to that. Or they might say, no, I don't want to just get $500 deposit. That doesn't show that you're serious enough to me. I'd like $1,000 or I'd like a 3% deposit, 1% deposit, whatever it may be. Your client has to have that money on hand and be prepared. Sometimes they don't want to take a personal check. So they'll have to go get a cashier's check and I wouldn't get them to make a cashier's check until the offer is accepted, but they have to have that money there. Now you can have them to write out, if it's going to be a personal check, you can have them to write it out. If they're going to keep it at our brokerage, it would be made out to Keller Williams Realty Services. Even if
Isn't that standard practice?
Yes, but we just gotta be able to explain it to our
Okay.
clients. Now, also on your offer, you'll see there's a spot for you to ask that the deposit check be held by a third party, which would be your title company. And that's most convenient, because if you do it that way, you don't have to turn it into the brokerage and then they cash it, and then you have to request in time to get a check back to take the closing with you. If it's at the title company, you have permission, and there's also another attachment we do, if, you know, if we're gonna go ahead and do that, that both parties have to sign as well. But it's best because then you don't have to go through all that other stuff. It makes it much easier. And then it could be easier for your client to get their deposit back too. If it's not the title
From the title company?
if necessary.
And that's interesting.
Right, because there's many ways that you'll learn that they can get out of a contract through the process, and we can talk about some of that legally, and then they can get their deposit back. The only time they don't get the deposit back is if everything's fine, you know, they were pre-approved, loans going through fine, and you know, the house was inspected, everything's done, everything's on black and white, and they just decide they don't want the house. So if you have a really nice person who has a backup offer there and they're willing, you know, they're not really angry, they could decide to give it back to you, or the broker, you know, could make a decision in their favor, but not always. Sometimes if you have an issue, the broker will have to make some decisions about a deposit, but most of the time they just get it back without a problem. And then they'll apply it to the price of the house whenever you go to close it.
Okay.
And then sometimes I have seen them not cash the check or the money order, whatever they had, and they just give it back to them at closing. And then, of course, it wouldn't be subtracted, but they'll just hand it back to them and say, if we never cashed it, just go ahead and take it back. But like I said, always remember, simplest way. If the other party will agree to it, third party holding the deposit, the earnest money. Also a good thing too, while I'm thinking about it, good to explain to your client when they're worried about that earnest money, that the people who are selling it do not ever get their hands on that earnest money deposit. The only time they get that, it's there on paper or if someone's holding it, but the sellers don't actually get money in their hand at all. So they don't have to worry about trying to get their deposit back from the seller if, you know, something happens, because they've already used the money or so on and so forth. That's not ever an issue because they don't really get that money. So, okay, so in command, you want to obtain the appropriate offer to purchase form for your area, and that's that one. And in command, and I'll show that's what it's going to look like. That's our Louisiana legal form that we use. Everybody uses the same one, but you can pull up those documents in command, and I'll show you when we go through it how to pull them up, and that way, you know, you don't have to go scanning things in there or anything like that. It's already in there. You just click on it. Sometimes you'll find that you can't find a certain form on there, and you will have to go to other resources and try to find the form and then scan it in there to use, but that's very far and few between. All right, then you want to complete the offer. Bring your laptop or tablet with you when you meet with your clients to review the offer and respond online. If the seller is out of the area, you can still present the offer using command and talk them through it on the phone. When your buyer makes an offer, they are essentially selling themselves to the homeowner. So a cover letter makes your client's offer stand out and serves the following purposes.
Page 6.
Is it a legal requirement to have a cover letter? No, but it looks good. It's professional. It explains all about your client and your offer to the other agents. But don't ever let it replace a phone call, because it's always, like I said, number one is communication, always. So you always want to have an open communication with your listing agent. So whatever you say on there, you're going to repeat to them on the phone as well. Okay, so you want to summarize the offer. You want to include a brief list with bullet points points that capture the key items on the offer checklist. Humanize the offer. The sale of a home is more than just a transaction on paper. It's a major life event for the seller and the buyer and their families. So describe reasons why the buyer likes the house. Include their favorite features and write a short profile of the buyers. These activities help to foster a personal connection between the seller and buyer and increase the chances that your buyer's offer will be the one that is accepted. So for instance, I'll give you an example. So a house that I closed recently, my buyer is a nurse friend that we worked together for years. And she also has a large family and a blended family like I have. And so I knew already, exactly what she needed. I understood her needs because I had the same needs. So that was good to start with. And so then we started finding the homes, which were far and few between in her price range for what she needed, because she needed at least 5 bedrooms. Yeah. So, but we found her a fabulous one. I loved it. Wish I would have found it when I was there.
Gosh,
I know.
where is it?
It's in Madisonville.
Oh, right.
Really nice neighborhood.
Uh-huh.
Really great house.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so to explain, when we found this house, the people that were selling the house also had a very large family. And that is why they did the upgrades and addition onto the house that they did.
Mhm.
So it would have been great to include that in the cover letter for the offer, a little bit about Winnie and her family and how we were looking for they were looking for the perfect home for the size of their family with all the features that they had included in their home. And that would make them more excited for this offer. Say, oh, it's going to be a big family like us, because they were kind of sad to be selling the house. And they were actually renting another one in the same neighborhood while they build their new one. But, they were still sad because this was their first, home together with their kids, and they homeschool them at home and everything. So presenting it to them like that could be a benefit. So even if maybe they got an offer, honestly, that was maybe just a little bit more than Winnie's offer, but they know this story and they really appreciate it. They might take that offer. That happens.
Mhm.
So anyway, and they did actually, this was not the ideal situation. Like I said, you're going to run into everything. Don't be surprised by anything.
Mhm.
So we go over there to look at the house, and the sellers, not the selling agent, the sellers were at the house. That is not ideal. The selling agents do not like that to happen because you never know what they're going to start talking about to the buyers and the buyers agents listening in. You don't know what they could give away or promise or whatever. It's all a legal thing, so you have to be very careful with everything. And just because she promises, she says, oh, I promise I'll leave that for you. If that's not in the contract and agreed to, she doesn't have to leave it, and she might change her mind, and then that might cause conflict. And you want to be as straightforward with everything as you can. So it's not really good for them to meet before closing face to face. But this did happen, and so everybody knew the situation and all, and everybody was all excited, so it worked out well. Thank God. But the other agent, she was not happy with them. She was not. She was like, oh, they were just staying out of there when I told them not to go over there when people are looking at the house. I was like, I understand you completely. I said, but I promise nothing off the hinges was mentioned. I promise I would tell you. And no, it was just nice conversation. Okay, so create a buying opportunity and offering command. Then when you meet with your client, they can review and e-sign the offer directly on your laptop or tablet. If they're out of town, all they need is internet access to review and sign the offer. Submit the cover letter along with the offer document to the seller's agent. So it would be ideal for you to sit down at the table with them and talk about the offer and put everything in, like, in your opportunity, and then let them sign it right then and there, and then send it over. But in real life, it doesn't always work that way because people have jobs and kids and activities.
Seems like for today's environment, that would be
Right.
rare for that to happen.
Right, it is. I'm being honest with you, it is. But you want to be able to do it because you will have people that do want to do that. Sit down with you, and when you want to look good when you get in there. So you don't want to be fumbling around and everything. So just want to be always professional.
Uh-huh.
And prepared. Then, let's go to the next thing. Just a couple more things before we move on to this. Many people may find the idea of writing a cover letter for the client's offer to be unnecessary. They're not applying for a job, they're buying the home. But we already talked about the pros of that. There's many more pros than cons. Cons is it takes you too long, you don't have time to do it. Other than that, there's no bad reason for doing it. Let's see. I would suggest that you also, if you're gonna do cover letter, go ahead and make a standard form and scan it in so that you can use the same form every time, like you do, and put it into your opportunity and type all the stuff in. Some of it will populate, itself from info in there. That way you're not typing a fresh cover letter every single time. You have a standard that you just have to fill in. Your cover letter template is in your toolkit or page 7 of your participant guide. Okay, and now the role play is supposed to be next with the buyer offer objections. So that's where we are on the timeline. Okay. So most agents will experience objections from their buyers when it comes to making an offer on a home. And that's what we've kind of touched on earlier. You educate them, you show them why you're, suggesting this, or, give them this range, or, this is a good idea, we asked for this because of this. But there are 2 common objections, and that would be on page 8 of your participant guide. It's common for buyers to want to request that the seller make repairs in their offer. This objection handler script allows you to give your client information to make an informed decision about repairs they request when making their initial offer. When clients want to make a very low offer right out of the gate, you want to make sure they know the possible repercussions of making such a low offer. So those touch on things that we've already said, and it's all about communication and education. And it says, break into pairs and take turns using the scripts for overcoming common objections to writing offers. Do you have in your participant guide, do you have scripts in there?
Yes, page 8.
Okay. Do y'all want to practice together real quick with that?
Sure.
Okay. With y'all too.
Okay. Group them together.
How many do I have? Just 2, huh?
No, well, I don't know if the other
Pam?
lady left.
The other lady might have left. Okay. Pam? Y'all just go ahead, and if she wants up to answer me, I'll talk to her about it. Just practice a little bit.
So what am I doing again?
Just practicing the scripts with the objections, the offer objections that the buyers might make about lowballing the price in the offer, or asking on the offer for them to make.
So one of us is going to be the client, the other is going to be the
Yes,
buyer's
absolutely.
agent?
Yeah, then switch.
Okay,
It's just good practice.
right.
And then I'm gonna say, as far as the scripts, KW has some very, very good scripts. You'll learn as you go along what scripts are right for you to use.
Yeah.
Because you'll say, okay, well, which one is gonna fit? But I read them, and then I kind of pick the ones that made the most sense to me, that I feel like would present things in the best way. And I kind of tweak them.
Mhm.
The word.
Right. Yeah.
Now, that took a while to you become familiar, right?
Not too long. Once you decide the ones that you like and that work for you, and then you decide how you want to actually, the exact words you want to say. If you need to read off the page word for word at the beginning, that's good practice. You do that, and that's fine. And then, but as you get experience and you go along, you'll see which ones actually work the best for you, and then those are the ones that you'll mostly use. And you kind of tweak them to your way of communicating.
So you're
Just
going to be
go ahead
buyer's
and
agent,
practice.
and I'll be the client?
Can we do it the opposite first?
Huh?
Can we do the
Why
opposite?
don't you come gravitating toward the buyer's agent?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, you would start.
Okay, let's see.
So I'm the buyer, and I'm thinking about making, telling the seller, so Miss Natalie, you're the agent.
Uh-huh.
Natalie, I want the seller to pay for all the repairs.
Well, we can approach them with that. We can make an offer and put that in.
Script right there.
I'm looking at this script. Okay, you can offer the seller less money. Okay. So you can offer the seller less money now to compensate for these items.
Oh, could I? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You can offer the seller less money now to compensate for these items. You didn't realize that?
No, I did not.
Okay, yeah. You can ask the seller now for credit to repair these items using your own contractor. Or I usually advise clients to wait for the physical inspection and negotiate all repair items at one time.
That
So,
makes sense.
yeah, so how would you like to negotiate this off? How would you like me to negotiate this offer?
Actually, like, number 3, the
Uh-huh.
option number 3 that you mentioned.
Yeah,
I think that would be a good way to go where we get the inspection first,
Yeah.
find out what's wrong,
exactly.
and then proceed that way.
Yeah, I would think that would be more appealing to the seller when they know all of the items
Right.
that need to be addressed.
That sounds like a good plan. I like that.
I'm sorry, I'm not functioning very
You
well.
are, you're doing fine.
Uh-huh.
You really are.
Oh, thank you.
You really are.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna be the agent, you're the buyer, you're the buyer.
Okay, so, okay, so I'm just not sure what I need to ask.
That's a top question.
Okay, so,
You want to, you ask me, tell me you want the seller to pay for all the repairs.
yeah, I want the seller to pay for all of the repairs that are needed on the home.
I understand, Natalie, and that, that makes sense. But until we have a physical inspection, we will not know how much these items will cost. And we could find additional repairs we may want to negotiate. Consequently, we have 3 choices. You may offer the seller less money now to compensate for these items. You can ask the seller now for a credit to repair these items. Repair these items using your own contract, or I usually advise my clients to wait for the physical inspection and negotiate all repairs items at that time. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that does make the most sense to wait until we have a list.
That
And
sounds
then we
like.
can- Yeah, then the seller would be, realize that there's certain items.
That sounds good. That
Yeah, I
sounds
think
good,
that's
Natalie.
the best one.
And it's okay if we proceed with number 3,
Yes.
that we advise it, wait for after the inspection?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Sure.
All right, so let's go move on to, we're gonna do the next one?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna be the buyer and you're gonna be the agent for the next one.
Okay.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
So Natalie, I really like this house,
Uh-huh.
but I want to get it for as less as possible.
Yeah.
So what do you think about us going for a lower price than the asking price?
Well, I think that you can make a low offer and run the risk of the seller rejecting it or countering back if the price to compensate. Or you can make an offer closer to the asking price and be flexible if there is a counter offer. If you really want this home and are concerned that another buyer may purchase it, you can make a full price offer and give the seller what they want. It's your choice. How would you like me to negotiate this offer?
So do you think with the present climate that this house, if we try to go lower than the asking price, it's gonna sell before?
I have a feeling that might be the case.
Oh, wow, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, and it might be insulting to the seller to offer a lowball price.
I really didn't think about that.
Oh, I think a lot of people feel are very, you know,
Personal about that.
yeah, exactly. And
So-
in this climate, I do think, I think I just think there's a shortage of houses.
Right.
I don't know if I should be saying all of that.
Sounds good.
But I don't know if
It's true.
if it's appropriate to say that.
I think it's true.
Mhm.
We'll
Right,
ask
yeah.
Jennifer when she comes back in.
Okay.
So I didn't think about all that,
Mhm.
so I'll consult with my wife,
Okay,
and then maybe we can talk about it and then
Okay.
get back with you later today and let you know what we decide, whether we're going to go
Okay.
with full offer or a lower offer.
okay,
Is that okay?
sounds good.
Thank you.
That would be great. Okay,
Thank you, Natalie.
I'm just not functioning
You're
very
good.
well.
You're doing
Lack of
fine.
sleep.
You're doing fine.
I see you
So,
got an even bigger container. They're getting larger every time.
oh, you want one?
No, thank
No,
you.
it's the same one.
Oh, is it the same
So I'm gonna be the agent and you
Okay.
be the buyer.
one? Okay.
You're low balling over.
Okay, all right, so, yeah. All right, so I'm the buyer. Okay, so I was thinking about, Steve, maybe putting in a real low offer on that house that I'm so
Right.
interested in. What do you think of
I
that?
understand.
Uh-huh.
So Natalie, there are 3 ways to negotiate for this transaction.
Uh-huh.
So you can make a low offer and run the risk of the seller rejecting it or coming back at a full price to compensate. You can make an offer
Mhm.
closer to the asking price and be less flexible if there is a counter offer. Or option number 3 is you can, if you really want this home and are concerned that another buyer may purchase it, you can make a full price offer and give the seller what he wants.
Yeah.
The choice is ultimately yours between you and, or just by yourself.
Mhm.
And so how would you like me to negotiate with this offer?
Well, I really like the house a lot, so I'm leaning towards making a full price offer. I'm afraid somebody else might come in and get it, and I really, this house I like more than any others we've looked at.
That sounds good.
So I
And,
think the full price offer is a way.
I think that would be wise
Okay.
because the way the climate is right now, houses aren't lasting on the market
Right,
like they used to, where they
Yeah.
could last on the market 6, 8 months.
Mhm.
But I think that would be a wise choice.
okay, good.
And so it sounds like a good plan. Are you gonna think about it or you want to just put the offer in now?
I think with the offer in,
That's awesome. I'll get started on that paperwork.
okay, good,
All right.
okay,
I'll call you right back.
sounds great.
Thank
Steve.
you.
Thanks.
All right. Hey, Jay, you want to come in on Pam? No. Okay.
Hey,
How are you, Sean?
I'm good. How are y'all doing today?
You know, I saw your text last week about the lease, helping someone.
Look, I listened that there was a good communication. I was pressing to say something.
Okay.
Can-
So you
okay.
want to role play or are you good?
Look, I won't be able to role play because I'm basically waiting for my appointment thing. So I'm listening. Okay. So I
Okay,
won't be
that's good.
participating. Okay.
Okay. Pam, what about you? You okay?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Pam?
I'm good.
Okay.
So it went better on Saturday, your door knocking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
The day before wasn't very good.
Oh, I'm glad you ran into people that were more receptive
For the most
on
part.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Did you write them letters?
It went,
Good. They're ready to be nailed down.
yes, I did it before I got here.
Good for you. Well, next week is when things are really, I need to, because of the classes for time to focus.
Okay,
So I'll be coming to the office.
you gonna do it?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm gonna do it. I don't know that I'll be there the hours that you're there. But yeah.
Good. Glad to have you.
Hey. So how do y'all-
That was good role playing.
Yeah, it was. I was
I like
listening
that.
to y'all, and it's
I
the
like that.
exact kind of things that you're gonna go through.
I know I need to do a lot more role playing
Just, yeah,
and scripts, practice the script.
yeah, exactly. But, and like I said, the more you practice, the better you'll get with it.
Yeah.
And you'll figure, this is the ones I like, these are the ones that I feel most comfortable with, and these
Yeah.
work for me. And these are the ones I'm gonna use. And then you'll also develop your own things too, as you
Right.
go along that you like. So,
Yeah.
but you'll do fine. You'll do fine.
Well, if you ever have any houses in Covington, Madisonville, Mandeville area, and you're in a time crunch and you need someone to show them, I'll be glad to help
Oh,
you.
sure, yes, that'd be
Okay.
great.
I mean, I just feel like the more I put myself out there, the more comfortable.
I was getting ready to say, the more comfortable that you will get
Yeah.
with any of
So
it.
I'll have to give you, I'm getting my cards today. I
Yay.
can't believe it's taken me this long.
It's okay, you have them today.
But,
One of the easiest things for you to do, the best things, is get you the script partner and
Yeah.
practice every day. No, not just him.
right.
Okay,
other people.
switch it up because
Yeah.
somebody will, just like the baby crying.
Right.
If you haven't done that,
Yeah,
you wouldn't know to throw that in.
right.
And people will throw other things at you because not everybody, the customers out there don't have the script.
Right,
So they're not gonna be following along with you. So they're gonna be throwing things at
right.
you. So that's what you want.
Uh,
And the better your script partner is, the better you're gonna be.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
beautiful.
Yeah, you definitely want to find someone other than me about being a good script partner.
Yeah.
But
Think
yeah.
Jennifer's a great one.
Well, we need some,
Hey, steel sharpens steel.
yeah.
Will, you know who his script partner was? Louis Williams.
Oh.
And now that's impressive.
Uh-huh.
We talking big dogs at this point.
Yeah.
Big dogs. But it's true.
Thank you very
You
much.
know, The more you
That's
practice.
what I was telling them with everything. The more you practice,
Yes.
the better you get, and the more comfortable you get. And you'll
And they say,
discover what works for
they
you.
say, practice it in front of a mirror.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
That is hard. Thank you, Sean. That is hard.
Hey,
I do it in the car.
last time I checked,
I do it in the car. I can do
I'm like
that.
such a crazy at a red light all the time.
I can do
you know
that.
What I mean? I'm like, yeah, you just kind of get how you get. I mean, you got all this time, so I don't rarely ever listen to the radio. It's either a podcast,
Mhm.
Clubhouse,
mhm,
Warehouse Champions thing,
Yeah.
or something to feed your mind.
Right.
And before you go to make your calls, practice even if it's for like 5 minutes, and just play it out. Play it
Yeah.
out. What else do
Okay.
you have to do? You're in the car.
right.
and we used to get 5 objections before we'd ever give an appointment.
Yeah.
And you think, and after, if you've got a script partner and you're calling every day and working on the same script,
Yeah.
you have to start searching for excuses, why not? Why you can't do it,
Because you will have everything under the sun.
under the sun,
I
and
told them,
then,
nothing surprises me.
That's
Nothing.
right.
Well, we're too nice when Steve and I do scripts. We never write any objections.
oh, you have to. That's what I said, get you another script partner and
I'm no good. I'm no
don't be
good.
easy on me.
Take me to the curb.
Honestly, don't be easy on it. I mean,
Right.
you're doing yourself an injustice.
I know. you're
You
right.
really are, and I'm not saying that to be mean.
No, I know.
Don't take it personal.
Oh, you teach it?
Yeah.
I haven't seen
I'm
you in a
telling you.
while.
But I had one, and it was so cool. Somebody actually on Lewis Williams' team was my script partner. We run bowl together.
Uh-huh.
And man, he set the appointment. I let him set the appointment. And then he said something about, will all the decision makers be there? And I said, what do you mean all the decision makers? I said, I'm only 18. I'm in college. I don't own the house. I rent it. Oh, man. Yes, yes. But you have to, you know, and mirror and match was another thing that was fun.
Yeah.
You know, you have to mirror their and match their energy. And yeah, that's fun too. But I look at it kind of like a roller, you know, what do you call it? Roller coaster.
Yeah.
You just follow on and around and all of that. So yeah, I play with it. So
Well, I can tell you love the role playing.
yeah, I do. I really do.
And Judy used to do a lot of door knocking stuff.
Y'all know what my favorite thing is for the objection is, well, that's a great question. I'm curious myself. I'll find out.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Haven't heard
Just like I
that
told y'all earlier, don't ever say, well, I don't know. You always say, well, you know what? I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, but I'm gonna go find out for you right now.
I like to
I'll
say-
find out by the end of the day.
I like to say that's above my pay grade. You know. Okay.
But yes, Judy, she used to do a lot of door knocking, and she was pretty successful with it. And she did a couple years ago, she did like a food drive. And she went to the doors, knocked, or left them a flyer and said, you know, I'll come back around to pick up anything you want to donate. And I think she got a whole lot of donations and things and got to talk to a lot of people. So that was a good way to go about it. And then if you, whatever neighborhood you live in, or what, you know, people nearby, you might not know you're a realtor yet.
Yeah.
That's a really good opportunity. Get you some little, I don't know, I always like to be the treat giver. Get something little cutesy logo-ish, you know, thing, and take it around and just meet them. And if they're not there, leave a form on the door, and you'll get calls from people. You know, or you say, I live right down the road. Just want to introduce myself to you in case you ever have any questions about real estate or you need help buying or selling. I'd be happy to help you.
Yeah.
And that's a real good way to do it in your area.
Wow.
Okay, so what ahas do you have after doing this exercise?
Well, that it's not, probably not wise to give a lowball offer, especially in this day and age with house availability being so scarce.
Right.
That's one of the, and I do think it's insulting to, you know, to a homeowner.
It
to
can
have somebody
be,
make a
yeah.
lowball offer.
Some people don't deal with that.
Yeah,
Because it's their
and
home.
that's understandable.
And then practice makes perfect, right?
Uh-huh.
Figure out which ones work the best for you, and then find script partner. And then also try to find responses to any kind of objection you could get. Anything. Or start thinking about, if you can't find something, thinking about your own response, what, you know, what it could be. But there's scripts out there for everything. To work on it, because you will get the phrases. All right, so we have written an offer, and the next step is to present the offer to a seller. In this section, we will review how to present an offer as a buyer's agent and how to receive it as a seller's agent. So presenting the offer, you want to notify your listing agent of an incoming offer. And that's where you start talking to them and kind of getting some good lingo going back and forth with each other and talking about things. And you always want to, don't just send an offer and not let them know. You want to inform them or talk about a little bit about the situation. Let them know, okay, I'm sending the offer right now to you. And if you're sending them anything else that they need to sign or do anything, say, I've also attached X, Y, Z, because, you know, once the offer's accepted, they'll need to sign, or, you know, different things. Or my client has some questions about blah, 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 you know, whatever, just start talking with them. Once you've sent the offer to the agent, set a deadline, but that will be in the contract, in the offer. There's a response deadline that they will have in there. And if they need longer for some reason, they'll send back another form that you'll have to sign and approve that they can have longer up until this date. So respond. Then create the offer in command and consult with your buyer when the seller responds. So you get, I usually kind of keep them in the loop, I'll say, because they're always wondering, they'll get like 24 hours to respond. And before they have to ask you, say, hey, good morning, I'm just touching base. I'm letting you know I haven't received a response on your offer yet on the house. I said, but I'm watching out for it. They have until such and such time. So, have no worries. I'll contact you as soon as I get it. And, be watching for that offer. And as you get it, then you look back and see what category it's going to go into and prepare yourself to talk with them. If it's accepted, wonderful. You want to call them and say, guess what, the offer is accepted, and then say, so our next step is going to be X, Y, Z. Or if it has to be negotiated, be prepared to talk to them about why they want, this is what they've said, and they'll do this, but they won't do this, or that, and this is what they want instead. And then you be prepared to go back and forth and kind of figure out what your next thing's going to be. Are you just gonna not, if you change your mind, you're just not going to entertain it anymore, or what do you want to go back with and why?
And so is when you get a response to your offer, is it normally by email? Like, pretty
Now,
much always.
you
by
can
email.
take if for some reason they haven't gotten in there to type it up yet, you can take a verbal from them. For a little while until you get the sign in, but I'm kind of leery about that stuff.
So it's
Especially, right now.
it's unusual for it to be verbal though. It's
But they can do that. I mean, you will have to at some point get that paper,
right.
but I don't really feel comfortable with the verbal thing.
Right.
So I don't think I would go back to my client with that.
Right.
You know,
Until you have something in writing.
but if it's a deadline thing and they hadn't been able to get in there and type it up and they can say, look, my clients are accepting the offer and I haven't been able to get to the computer to type it up, and I'm just letting you know verbally they've accepted the offer because it's 5 o'clock right now and I didn't want to mess anything up. So that I would feel comfortable in that situation. But always, and then when you're doing that, go with those notes and make notes, date, time, exactly what they said. And that way you have those notes there if anything should go down. But it's always better.
So even if it's verbal, that contract is now binding?
But you still have to go back and get it.
Right.
But I mean, that kind of stuff, like I said, is very uncomfortable to me. And just that scenario is what I'm telling you is really the only time it should happen. Like, if they're running out of time, they only have 15 minutes till the time expires. And she's telling me, I'm going home to get this done right now. But so busy today and I couldn't get it done. But I'm just letting you know, my client has accepted the offer. And because I know we only have 15 minutes, but I'm gonna go home and get all the paperwork sent back to you. Yeah. But that's not ideal. Okay. Role modeling, let's see. Presenting the offer. So, seller agent. Okay, this says they have some scripts for what we're about to talk about on page 21 of your elemental script book. But this is going to be presenting the offer to the seller's agent. So you're going to be the seller's agent, and I'm going to give you a call, okay? And I'm just going to tell you, about the offer coming over.
Okay.
So it's just, you can just kind of listen and respond. I don't know if you want to look at
It doesn't go to
script or anything.
21.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
I think that's.
Maybe it's a different resource.
The
It's a script book,
script book.
yeah. When this is good when you're not in the office a whole lot, because we haven't been, with the COVID in the office as much as we used to. Everybody kind of comes in to do paperwork and turn things in, so you see everybody. And
Yeah.
anyway, let's see, so you're gonna be the seller's agent, and I'm gonna give you a call, and I'm gonna let you know that this, offer's coming through. Okay, so. Hi, how you doing today? This is Jennifer Tuttle with Keller Williams.
Hey, Jennifer Steve with Keller Williams also.
Oh, good, nice to meet you, and I just wanted to let you know, with the house that we went and looked at, yesterday, at blah, 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 address, I wanted to let you know we're getting ready to send an offer over. And my clients love the house. I mean, they thought this was, that the bedrooms were perfect size for them. They had the 2 sinks they were looking for in the master bathroom, and they just love the decor. They feel like it's perfect for them and their kids. And they just love the way you have laid out your kids' bedrooms. And so I'm gonna go ahead and send it over. They're gonna be doing a VA loan. And we're pre-qualified. I'll send you a letter, copy of the pre-qualification letter along with the offer. And you just explain all that stuff and just get a little talk and go.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the pre-qualified as opposed to pre-approved, is that what I'm saying?
No, that's two different things.
Okay, so the pre-qualified
Is
is not
better.
nearly as, oh, the pre-qualified is better?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because that means that they didn't just look at the credit score and say, okay, you're good. Like movement, they will give you the
Pre-approval.
they'll give you a pre-qualification letter, like they've already checked all this stuff. They've asked for the pay stub, they've asked for the tax returns,
Yeah.
and they've done all this. And
Okay.
so that they
It's
know
written in stone.
they can actually really get this
Right.
loan, and you can feel more comfortable.
Right.
Because some of these places will give you a letter just by pulling the credit score real quick, and they haven't really looked at your debt to income ratio, they haven't looked at your pay stubs, and they haven't done any of that, but they just said, oh, by looking at this, you're fine. And then when it comes down to it, you're not fine, because there's, the numbers weren't right there. You're not gonna be able to qualify, and we don't.
Okay.
I mean, if that's what they have, you can use it to write your offer, that's fine. But you need to have one or the other, and they'll usually say, letter, pre-approval letter required to present with an offer, or proof of funds, that kind of stuff, so they need to know if you're gonna pay cash.
But that's
or
popular
not.
right now.
Yes. But and sometimes you'll have somebody that'll take the offer, but they'll say, I need to have a pre-approval, I need a approval within, by tomorrow. Whatever. But really, like when I get into meeting with my clients, I get them to do that first thing if I can. Now, you'll come across clients that no problem, they're gonna be fine, personally, or they have plenty of money or whatever, that they're not gonna have an issue with this house. And then if you're comfortable with that, you can show them houses and know that you're not gonna waste your time, and they can get this house no matter. But most of us are not. We have to, we gotta make sure we're all good before we start looking at houses. Okay, so I've told you all that, and I kind of explained a little bit, what we're gonna be sending over, and then you just kind of respond.
So, kind of time frame I'm gonna have for to acknowledge or to accept this offer?
You're gonna have till 5 o'clock tomorrow to accept the offer. But when you get the offer, you have to acknowledge that you have to sign that you received the offer. And you'll see on that copy I gave you where it says that. It's kind of up at the top in your purchase agreement. And you can see where you have this sign.
Yeah, received by
Receipt, and this is where you also going to type in, and I'll show you all that when we go over it, but delivered by designated agent to, and we'll say the agent's name that we're sending it to, and at this email address, so that way they know exactly who you send it to, and what email address you send it to, so they can't come back and say, oh, they must have the wrong email address, I never got that. Whatever, you got it right there, where you send it to, and who you send it to.
Okay,
And everything's dated and timed. You always want to have everything dated and timed on everything. So, you know, you just say, "Well, it was great talking to you, and I look forward to working with you. And I'm gonna go have a look at the offer right now and present it to the clients."
Sounds good.
Yes, wonderful. Okay. Okay, so you're representing the seller and you received the offer and you gathered a little information when the agent called you, and from that cover letter that you've made, because you want to, you know, be able to tell your clients when you show them the offer and talk about it. You also want to tell them all about the people making the offer too. And then present the offer to your client, and then you'll kind of talk back and forth, and they'll decide if they're going to accept the offer or what they're going to go back with. And then that's when the negotiations and all come
Right.
in.
So if the seller makes a counter offer, he has to, the seller, or the agent has to rewrite the whole
No.
offer?
No, you go down, they go down the bottom, they sign and date that they received it, and then they check off whether it's accepted. And if it's gonna counter, it says counter, and they check that off. And then they would come back with another page, and the counter would be on that.
Okay,
And then that would go back to everything signed, with the counter would go back to the buyer's agent.
right.
And then, the buyer's agent would present it to the buyers, and then talk about whether they want to just go ahead and say, yes, we accept this offer, or
counter
no,
offer
we're
that.
gonna counter back.
Okay.
And you can go back and forth,
Right.
back and forth
Okay.
until you. come
So
to
it's
an
resolved.
agreement. Or, yes,
Not at all.
right. So when representing the seller during an offer, you have a duty to understand the offer you're receiving so you can accurately present it to yourself. So you need to make sure that you can explain to them correctly exactly what the offer is and what this means that they're offering, and this means, because it's not always, you know, clear to you know, somebody, one of your buyers from off the street who's never done anything with real estate before, exactly what some of that stuff means. And you need to verify with them, is this date going to work for closing? And if not, okay, what is the date that you need it by? You have to go through everything. So the goal is to come to an agreement that will satisfy both parties. Okay. So first and foremost, when you're reviewing the offer process, you want to thank the buyer's agent for the offer when we call and say we're sending the offer, and tell you about everything. Thanking someone for presenting an offer is a small thing that will go a long way in your experience with the buyer's agent. Because I'm telling you, be appreciative, because you're not always going to get presented with agents and people that are ethical or professional or good at what they do. They might just be the person that sends over the offer and you never even knew you got it. So be thankful and show your appreciation to them that they called you and let you know that you have the offer and a little bit about your client. Let's see. So when you're speaking to the buyer's agent, if they haven't just come out and told you everything you need to know, as a listing agent, you want to learn as much as you can about the buyer making the offer as possible. On page 10 of your participant guide, you'll see a list of questions you can ask the buyer's agent to get to know about their buyer. So how long has the buyer been looking? Have they been pre-approved by a lender? Do they have a home to sell? If they're out of town, why are they moving to this area? Why did they select this particular property? How did they come up with their offer price? Have they made offers on any other properties? If so, what happened during those negotiations? Those last two questions, to me, are a little iffy. I don't know. It depends on how well you know this person you're talking to, and they may not want to answer that stuff. But hopefully, whoever's calling, the buyer's agent that's calling you to say they're sending over the offer, has kind of come around and answered most of those questions for you, and you don't have to ask them. But that's just an idea for you to have what you may want to know when you're speaking with them, just so that you can tell your client, explain to them why the offer that they're getting and why they're moving, and that kind of stuff. Do they have a house to sell? Because remember, that's going to be a contingency most probably. So, present the offer. Okay, so you've received an offer from the buyer's agent and have reviewed this offer to make sure there are no questions or surprises. Now it is time to present the offer to your client. Make sure you give your clients as much detail as possible about the potential buyers and their offer as soon as possible. So first, call your client to let them know you have an offer to present and inform them of the offer price and closing date. If possible, present the offer to your client in person. Bring your laptop or tablet with you when you meet with your client to review the offer and respond online. If the seller is out of the area, you can still present the offer by using command and talking them through it by the phone. Always keep the tone of the conversation as positive as possible and never criticize the buyer, their agents, or their offer. So you always want to try to be as positive and reassuring as you can. Explain the offer, discuss the days on the market, the number of showings, and review an updated CMA to put the offer in perspective for your client. So let them know, okay, now we have had the house on the market for 60 days now. We've only had this many showings, or we've had, not to say over, we've had this many showings, and we've had one prior offer that we tried to negotiate that wasn't accepted, and I pulled all the prices. I did a CMA to just kind of update you on perspective for the offer that you're receiving here, like how much the other houses have been selling for at this point. And that way, they can keep all that in mind again while they're thinking about it, if they're going to accept this offer or not. It's like, oh, I can get this thing sold. I need to go ahead and accept this offer, maybe if it's decent. So you can find scripts for presenting an offer in the Element script book page again on page 21. So just use that script book back and forth, practicing. Okay, so now that an offer has been presented, it's the seller agent's turn to consult with their client and respond to the offer. Remember, there are 3 ways to respond to the offer. You can counter, you can begin the negotiating process, you can accept the offer as it is, or reject it completely, which we already talked about. Okay, reaching a decision. All as a seller's agent, it's now your duty to help your client come to a decision about how they would like to proceed with the offer. You've examined the offer and explained the positives and negatives of the offer with the client, and explain to them that they have 3 choices. So accept the offer if the offer is reasonable. They can accept the offer on the spot. Remind the seller that if they accept the offer, the property is sold. That's it. You're under contract. So everything else, you go getting you work toward your closing process then. Counter the offer. Consult with your client to determine a reasonable counter offer amount. Write the counter offer on the contract, or prepare a counter offer form and have the seller initial it. You want to explain a counter offer is rejecting the initial offer. And you want to discuss when is a good idea to counter, when is it not a good idea to counter. And then ask them, what are the risks of haggling over $500? So, you'll come across these clients, they'll be like, I'm not accepting a penny less than X, Y, Z, and it may be a $500 difference. And that's, you want to be prepared to discuss that with them. And, you can say, I understand, your house is gorgeous, and, but go back to it and say, remember, this is how long it's been on the market. We talked about, the offer that was not acceptable to you guys. So, go back and come and touch on the important points again that could be persuasive to them to go ahead and get it under contract. Especially right now. If you have a house that's not gone in a flash, then there may be some things with it that if you're gonna get a decent offer within $500 of what you're asking, or what your bottom line is gonna be, you need to think about it. And you can tell those houses too when you start researching the houses, looking at them, and okay, in this area things don't last long, but you see this house has been decreasing in price and it's been on the market for this many days. Now you will see some of the higher priced homes, because let's face it, not everybody can afford $500,000 house or more. that might take longer to sell. But if you have things that are in like a, 250 range, let's just say on average, as long as it's a decent home, it should go fairly quickly right now, maybe even over asking price. But if there's things you need to mention to them to get them to think about taking it off, make sure you're prepared to present that info to them. And sometimes you just have to, sometimes you have to be a little stern with some people. You have to just come out, and that takes getting used to and practicing that. Because some people are just not as receptive as others are. And as a professional, you have to practice on how to use that. It's not as easy for some of us as it is for others. And then the other option is reject the offer. If the offer is unreasonable, the seller may reject it. The seller may or may not decide to invite the buyer to submit a new offer. And that's when you call the other agent when you send it. You say, okay, so I'm sending you. They completely rejected your offer, and that's when you ask questions. If they don't just come out and tell you that you want to know, do you know why they exactly rejected the offer, and are they receptive to us putting in another offer? And just kind of get as much info out of them as you can. Either they're for some reason they've decided they're just not going to sell the house, or they felt like that was an insult to them. Usually you may be talking to each other and they'll tell you. And that's when you go back and tell your client, and y'all kind of talk about it and see what you're going to do. As the status of the offer changes, make sure you update it in command. You can find directions on how to manage an offer at answers.kw.com. Okay, so here's another role play for y'all. Practice responding to offers using the scripts in your participant guide on page 15. And that's going to be responding to the offer practice. So do just like you did before, and each of you take a turn playing the opposite roles.
Okay. Responding to an offer.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, not everybody is taught the way y'all are taught.
Right, that's what I've
Okay.
been telling them.
So that being said, some agents will ask you for things. What I generally tell them, or when I ask for something and they're like, well, that's not unusual with land, I'll say, it's just dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
Right.
If you don't mind doing this, I need it, And so if you go at it like that, then most people respond, oh, okay,
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, but they're asking me for it, so I'm gonna give it to them.
You're going to come across, like I said, all different kind of agents. You're not going to be as ethical as you are, as communicate as well as you do, and learn the things that you've learned. Because let's face it, they just may not be good at it, or they were never trained.
Or they're
do
old
those things.
agents.
And
Old
that too.
agents do things totally different.
We have some that refuse. They just cannot go in there and deal with any of the electronic stuff, and they're expecting you as the other agent to do all their work.
And I have done some properties where I did both sides.
Right, just because.
And you
we
only
need to
get
it
paid for
done.
one,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay, Just know that you might have that going in.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes, you guys are getting some wonderful advice today
Yeah.
from people who've been experienced a lot of
Uh-huh.
in a short time too, might I add.
Yeah, I can imagine the older agents that have been around for a long time.
Yes, and then if sometimes, if you're on a team, the person who's doing the admin stuff, sometimes will get really aggravated with. But, our job is to satisfy our clients, do the best we can for them.
Yeah.
And, if we have to do some things
Of
that we
course.
don't really want to do,
Yeah.
and really shouldn't have to do,
Yeah.
sometimes we just got to do it.
Right.
And, it's
I have a
about our
question.
client, yes.
I'm still mixing up what is a deposit. I mean, that's a deposit. So what's the earnest money check?
That's the same thing. That's the
It's
deposit.
the same thing?
Yes, earnest money just means, it means deposit, but it just means that this, I'm dedicated to buying this house. Here's my earnest money deposit, so that you know I'm serious about it.
So
It's the same
deposit
thing.
isn't the same thing?
It is,
It
it's the
is.
same, but that's just the term to refer to
Okay.
it.
On this handout that Jennifer gave us, earnest money deposit.
Okay. So you want to be the buyer in the beginning?
Sure, let's see. Yeah, okay, good morning, Steve. It's Natalie with Keller Williams. We have an offer for your review. I'm going to go through the offer with you. Is this a good time?
Yes.
Okay, now the offer now, right, I'm sorry. Okay, now the offer they came in with is 350,000. They're putting 2,000 down as earnest money and 1% of the total down payment. They want to close on March 15th, and they're asking for 5% in repair limits. What do you think?
Well, I wrote all that down and I will let you, I'll have to get back with you on that.
Okay.
So I'll contact them and then call you back later today. Does that sound good?
That sounds
Okay, good, because I didn't understand what you just said.
Yeah, it's so funny.
great.
So I was looking to get off the phone, trying to figure it out.
Remember when you're talking to him, say, thank you so much for calling me
Oh.
and giving me that information. That's very helpful. And I will present your offer to my client right away.
Okay,
And we'll,
because even though I didn't understand, do that anyway and get off and then like call Jennifer.
well,
Hey,
if there's
Jennifer.
something that you don't understand, don't, yeah, and that's a way to just.
Write it all down,
You
then
Write it down. If
call
you need to call
somebody
somebody, that's the
that
question,
knows
by
you.
all means,
Right.
yes. Don't ever assume anything. And don't ever give false answers. It's never bad to say, I don't know, and I'm going to find out.
Right.
But don't ever just try to make anything up. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Like you said, the best thing, jot down your notes, call somebody right away so that they can answer the questions for you and get you straight on it and explain it to you.
But I can imagine myself doing that a lot the first couple of.
Yeah,
First
when
time
you're
or two.
getting used to things,
Right.
it's a touch and go. You got to learn. You'll do it. It's just, like I promise you, it's gonna be the back of your hand for long.
I look forward to that.
Yes.
So is this me next? The sellers have come back with a reasonable counter offer. No, that's gonna be you. The buyer agent again. Seller is countering back for, I don't know what was the numbers you said? I don't know either. So the buyer's coming back with $500, whatever, I don't know. The rest of the terms in your offer are fine except for, my seller doesn't, he wants 2% down. This is something that will work for everybody, for buyer is getting a home within, I don't know, within market, the seller is selling at a reasonable price. And can we all move forward to get this closed? Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
No, either. I'm reading, I'm like.
So
what am I-
if it seems reasonable and they say, well, wouldn't you agree? And if you say, yes, that sounds absolutely reasonable. I feel pretty positive about this. I'm gonna present to my buyer and then I'll get right back with you.
Yeah.
As soon as possible. And if you feel like whatever it is not reasonable, you can always say, well, I'm not too sure how they're gonna feel about that, but I will get with them right away and I will let you know as soon as I can.
It would help so much to be able to to shadow someone.
Yep.
I mean, I just think that would be a tremendous
help, and you can
Help.
see how it all goes together.
Yeah.
Yes, like from the beginning to the
Right.
end. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that would be, I don't know, just think it would,
Help.
yeah.
It does. It helps. It helps to actually see it being practiced from
Right.
what you're hearing
Yeah,
and trying to practice yourself. When
uh-huh,
it's real, you can really put it together.
yeah. Mhm.
I understand completely what you're saying. All done? Or y'all?
Oh, we're
Or y'all
doing it
got a
again?
switch spot?
No, we're good. So, you're gonna be the seller agent, I'll be the buyer agent. So I'm a buyer agent. Good morning, Natalie. This is Steve with Keller Williams. How are you?
Fine, Steve, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So thank you for your offer. Thank you. We appreciate it. This the counter offer? I thought I was the buyer agent. So thank you for your counter offer. We appreciate it. It was quite a bit lower than what the seller had hoped. Oh, yeah. No,
Wait, what page are you?
so I'm on page 15.
I need to get there.
So you are, the first part is yours. You're the seller, you're the seller agent.
Uh-huh. Wait, I'm confused.
So I made an offer to you, and this is you responding back to me from the, because you spoke with your seller.
Okay.
You're not real happy with our offer.
Okay, okay. So, so the sellers have come back with a reasonable counter offer that should work. The seller is countering back for $375,000. You know, because the rest of the terms in your offer are fine except for the 1% down. This is something that we work with everybody, the buyers within market. The seller is selling at a reasonable price, and we can all move forward to get this closed. You agree?
So I do agree that that's a good counter offer.
Uh-huh.
And I will get with my client and go over this with them, and I will get back with you later today. Is that good?
That sounds good.
I'll call you
And
back later
actually, I
today.
mean,
Thank you.
375, that was quite a jump from, maybe that was, that price was.
Okay.
You want to practice it?
Well,
Really, Doug? Maybe we could watch y'all do it and we can learn.
give me a copy of the script. I don't have it.
Yeah, only one person really needs the script, because the other person is just gonna be the way it works. She's got it. I don't
Okay.
need.
Okay.
Wait, is this the first page?
And it's always
Yeah.
good to be standing up.
Oh.
Because the energy flows wide. Okay.
Good morning. It's Jennifer Tuttle. It's Jennifer Tuttle with Keller Williams. We have an offer here for your review. I'm going to go through the offer with you. Is this a good time?
Okay, yeah, am I the listing agent?
Present the initial offer to your seller.
So I'm the seller?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure, I got a few minutes.
Okay.
What's up, Jennifer?
Now the offer came in with $350,000. They're putting $500 as down as earnest money, and that doesn't make sense. They want to close on March the 30th, and they're asking for 5% in repair limits. What do you think about that?
How much do we have it listed at?
It's actually listed at $350,000.
So they're full price, basically, but they're gonna get, they want 5% for repairs?
Yeah,
What repairs are they looking for? Oh, we had a pretty good thing.
well,
They will thing.
right. it's an offer, so we gotta decide what you would like to do, but there is, remember what that you told me when we were getting everything listed, we had X, Y, Z, that needed to, be completed, and you kind of felt like it would cost around 20,000 to get these things fixed. So what do you think about what they're offering right now?
Well, is that gonna interrupt, I mean, is that gonna cause a problem with the appraisal if we go down 5%?
I urge you to consider this offer very carefully and consider the value of meeting your moving goals. In the long run, meeting your overall goal of selling your home is the more critical need, correct?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, your property has been on the market for 60 days, and the average time on the market for this area is about 30 days. Buyers are going to look at this same data. They're going to see that your neighbor's house sold for only $325, and the house around the corner sold for $315. They're going to want to pay fair market value compared to these other sales. If you accept the offer, the probability of closing and meeting your goal is 100%. You do want to meet your goal, right?
Yeah, I do.
So you were asking about the appraisal. Do I think it would meet what you're asking, the asking price for the house? I'm gonna do a CMA and look how things are looking right now in the market, but I don't really feel that we're gonna have a problem at all in, getting it to appraise for the correct amount. There are some other ways we can kind of go about it, with instead of getting 5% of the price, maybe we could offer.
So that's what, 25,000?
It's around something like that. That's pretty close.
Well, what are my options? What can I do besides?
You could get the repairs offered, just go ahead and have the repairs done to the home. And
I don't have the money to do that. I told you that.
yeah, I know it gets kind of rough sometimes thinking about that stuff. Well, you could go ahead and say, at closing that you would cut them the check for that amount, or you could also bring the price of the house down to $325 or $350. They might be agreeable to that, and then you also, that would appease, you've already got that appraisal as well. The house, you definitely won't have any trouble for sure at $325. I feel really confident in that, even though I feel like $350 will be fine as well, because the houses that sold around the corner next door sold for the price I told you. But your house has more square footage to it, and it really is in much better shape because the curb appeal is fabulous. So I think that we're not going to have any trouble with $350. So it's kind of up to you how you want to deal with it.
Well, what do you think I should do? I hate that question.
I know, because
What do
they
you
asked
think?
you, and they
In your professional opinion, what do you think I should do?
well, I can't tell you what to do. You really need to make that decision on your own. So you need to kind of weigh your options that I've given to you. And like I said, you could go either way fairly. The house will approve, will appraise for the $350, I'm confident. And then you could just give them that credit at the sale, at closing. Or you can go ahead and just lower the price to $325, and you definitely don't have to worry about the appraisal. It's just, you need to see what's gonna work best for you.
So whenever they ask your opinion, just repeat back the choice.
Yeah.
But they're gonna ask you.
Right.
As
They will,
yeah.
they will.
But you always
Over
need to
and
come back
Yeah,
with,
and that's.
I can't really tell you what to do, but these are your options.
Just give you your options.
Right, yeah, okay.
Well, when do I have to give you an answer?
As soon as possible. We have 24 hours until 5 o'clock tomorrow. So take your time, talk to your husband about it. Y'all kind of weigh your options, and as soon as you decide,
Well, do you have anybody that can make the repairs? Because, we're not able to.
Well, I could ask for some referrals. I can't really, I've never used anybody personally that has made these repairs, but I can ask some referrals for you that you could call and maybe get some quotes and things such as that if you wish. Okay, so y'all just talk it over tonight, weigh your options and let me know. And if we do decide to get some quotes before answering, we'll just ask for a little bit of time extension and let them know that you need it.
Sounds good to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's the way to go. It really, you know,
Yeah.
you basically sit them down and you just repeat their options.
Right.
This is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And sometimes they don't want it to be what it is.
Yeah.
But you just have to, you know, keep going until they understand.
And when you're presented with that situation, especially, that you're brand new, or you call them up, you wanna do your research,
Right.
have it down so that you can respond and answer whatever they might
Yeah.
ask.
Do your due diligence.
Yeah.
And if not, say that's a great question.
Mhm.
Let me see what I can find out and get back to you.
Right, because there's nothing ever wrong with that.
Mhm.
If you don't know 100%, you don't know,
Right.
don't give them anything.
Of
that's not gonna
course.
be correct.
Yeah.
Then you won't look professional.
Uh-huh.
And you won't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And you'll find that out.
Yeah.
And the reason why you keep repeating your options, because if you say, well, if it were me,
Exactly. And you never.
I do this,
Yeah.
and then it blow up, guess whose fault it is?
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that was good.
Thank you, Jennifer.
That was
Thank
helpful.
And I know
You sure you want to practice?
I mean, it's written down, but you don't know until, you
Right.
see it done. how it's
Yeah.
done.
Uh-huh.
And the customer, the client doesn't have a script.
Uh-huh.
They're not following.
Right.
But you have to throw,
Uh-huh.
things in there because they are.
Uh-huh.
Now, you will come across some really smart ones who they're gonna ask you these questions to see what you tell them, but they already know the answers. But they'll test you just to see what you know. Yeah, I'm telling you, you're gonna come across all kinds of them. But you learn, you learn and from each thing that you encounter, and you learn from your mistakes as well. You say, "Oh, I'll never do that again."
Mhm.
All right, so let's.
Oh, but didn't take all your time.
No, you did perfect. So ahas to your achievement. So the goal of our time together is to help you think, feel, act, and use what you've learned to ignite your passion and help you achieve your big why. So you want to look at the aha to achievement activity in your participant guide, and you want to write down your ahas for each of the categories. So how has your thinking changed? What ideas or mindsets were new? What do you feel differently about? What was meaningful to you today? How will your behaviors be different going forward? And what actions will you take going forward? And then what tools, models, or systems will you definitely use? And how will they make you accountable? So just take a few minutes to answer each one of those, and then we'll talk about it. All done? Okay, so who wants to tell me their ahas first?
Huh?
Who wants to go first? Tell me.
You wanna go first, Natalie?
Sure. I just put, never advise a client based on what you would do, give them their options and let them make a decision.
Good. So that was your biggest one? That's your biggest?
Yeah, that was my biggest.
So it seems very nerve-wracking in the beginning. It really does. Even when I was just practicing with Natalie,
Yeah,
I was nervous.
Uh-huh.
that's okay, because it's new.
Right.
Everybody's nervous about things when they're new. But I assure you that as you practice and as you go through the different steps of doing everything and you get comfortable, you won't think about it anymore. It won't be nerve wracking.
Right.
It won't take that long because, as you get busy and you do it, it just becomes like another thing that you do in life every day. I promise it does get to that point. And what you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. And you'll find what works for you. And you'll find what you like and you don't. And you'll find what you want to use and what you don't. And just always remember, the client is most important. You always want to behave ethically. You always want to communicate and you always want to educate. Because if you come from those areas, your client will see that and they will appreciate it and you will get business from that over and over again. People will rave about you. Do you have any questions about anything we've covered so far? Well, I promise I'm going to go through and open up my command so I can show y'all everything in there, kind of where it's at. And you could even, while I'm doing that, you could write you some notes that you understand better than maybe what's in that paperwork, when you're looking at it. Let's see. So taking the time to reflect on what you've learned is important in building your confidence and celebrating your growth. And we'll do this activity during each PowerPoint session so that you keep track of your learning journey. So we also have to do our transition to daily success habits too. That includes script practice. We've already done some of that. Lead generation, update contacts and follow up, and contract practice, which I already said we're going to do. Okay, it says that you can use your reports and command to track your database health. Did they kind of teach y'all about that already in one of your classes, about putting your contacts in, and when you do your closings and everything, it's going to kind of keep track of where you are, like are you under, how many you have under contract, what's your projected commissions, and how many have you closed already, what have you actually made, and how many, and it says to use reports of command to track your database health. Their goal with their database health should be to keep their overall score at least 50% or greater. So that's just telling you that you're using it appropriately and that you're putting the information in there that you should. And that's also, that's going to help you keep track of your business. Your database is your business. You need to always grow it. And then part of your daily success habits is memorizing and internalizing the scripts. We've talked about that. So it just takes practice and figuring out what's going to work for you. It's learning the scripts is important because practicing and internalizing allows you to grow your business. Just as a doctor learns anatomy before working with patients, agents need to learn scripts to prepare to have meaningful conversations with clients. And you see how it goes. And right now you might not understand all the ins and outs. So it's kind of like when you're doing it, it's kind of like, not too sure. But as you go along and you take more of the classes and you practice more things, you're going to learn more and you're going to understand everything in the scripts. So it gets better. With scripts, you control the conversation by using purposeful language that helps you get to the end point for closed transaction. They help you communicate your value. Once you have internalized scripts, you can add your value proposition, which will help lead generate efforts and lead to closed deals. Scripts helps you uncover motivations for buyers and sellers and identify any objections so you can handle them upfront. They also allow you to have rehearsed response that delivers a powerful message in a way that consumers will best understand. They allow you to ask questions in a way that they will be able to quickly share the information you need to better serve them. They help an agent gain confidence. So like I said, at the beginning, everything is so new to you and you say how uncomfortable that you are, but as you practice and find out what's working and what's not, then you know better and you find out you work through all the processes and you practice and you figure out what works for you and how you want to actually word everything. You gain your confidence as you go along. It's just a natural thing that happens with anything you practice. When you're learning anything new, you feel uncomfortable at first. Like I said, especially me, so it's not abnormal for anybody to feel that way. I want to make sure all my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed. I told you that earlier. I make lists. I do it every day. And like I said, it helps you go back through things. And if you make mistakes, jot notes down about it to make sure that you review them and you don't make those mistakes again. And sometimes the mistakes will be so bad that you make, you'll never forget it anyway. You don't even need to jot a note because you'll never do that again. But that's how you learn. Everybody learns, trial and error sometimes. And you gotta look things up. You're not gonna have all the answers. And you've got to ask lots of questions. Because remember, no question is a bad question. So we're supposed to do where y'all make some calls and how have y'all been generating leads or have you been doing it yet?
He has, I haven't.
You knock door knocks. I heard you say that.
And also call Fizbo's.
Have you done with that so far?
Okay, I'm good. I'm growing in confidence and getting the appointment.
Oh, good. Have you gotten an appointment yet?
Quite a few.
Oh, good. But have you gotten any listings?
No,
Not yet.
haven't gotten to that point.
So have you come back with, like, jotted some notes down about each appointment so that you come back and ask some questions to some of the experienced people or to your coach to say, okay, so this happened. What would have been a better response for me? Or how would you have done this?
Right.
Have you been doing that?
Yes.
Good.
With Anthony.
And you've got some good answers that you feel would.
Yes, implementing them is a whole different thing.
Yeah, I can imagine. And people with listings are much harder on you than people who are looking to buy. Looking to buy, sometimes if you come from, like I said, you come from wanting the best for them and you communicate well.
Yeah.
Most of the time, that's all they're looking for, and you can get the buyer.
Mhm.
But the people with the listings most often are, choosy, and they know they can be. So they want to see that you answer the questions and that they kind of mesh with you. Because even if you are smart, you kind of gotta watch their tone too. I guess you discovered that, because you don't want to joke with somebody who's completely serious.
Right.
But you got these other people who everything's funny, so you kind of have to mirror, what Judy was talking about. So just different ways of different people, but you always want to make sure that you have the answers to those questions or you get them. But don't ever, ever, ever say, I just don't know. I just can't stress that enough, because that does not ever look good. You don't want to hear that. What kind of things have you come across with the listing stuff that you weren't comfortable with? Or,
I was not.
uh-huh.
I felt like I didn't know enough information sometimes because I'm a new agent.
Mhm. Yeah. That's normal though. So like if you just trial and error, you come from
Right.
practice. But it's good that you're out there practicing, because everybody's not going to do that, because some people are just way too shy and nervous. But since you know that you think you'll want to deal with buyers more so than listings, once you get comfortable with that buyer stuff and you learn as you go still about the listing stuff, you will get an opportunity thrown at you, because you'll have some people that want to buy, but they also want to list their house. And now that they're working with you, they don't want to list anybody else. They want you to list it.
Right.
And so then you're going to get a screw. It happens. You're going to get that thrown to you. And sometimes you'll have somebody who wants to buy a house because what they have is not big enough right now, but they really don't know if they could sell it or if they could get enough for it, or do they just want to keep it and rent it out? And you can talk to them about the different options that they have, the pros and the cons, and a lot of times I say, well, let's go ahead and list it. So you're going to get some of that thrown in your lap. And once you've got a little experience with it, you might say, you know what, this isn't as bad as I thought. I feel more comfortable as an agent now. So I'm ready, I'm going to do this now. And same thing with you, you might say, well, I've gotten into doing this listing stuff, and it's definitely, more difficult, and you have to talk a lot more with people and be very convincing, to them. So you might say buyers have to be a lot easier than that, so you might say, I'm willing to work with buyers too. And that'll get thrown at you as well, because if they want to list the house, you'll have that come to you more than buying and then deciding to list with you as well. When you're listing it, most of the time, either they're already building something and they need to sell the house, or they're looking. So you get both of those. So it just, like with time, you get more comfortable with everything. Like I said, I've done listings, but they were thrown at me. And like I'm working on a listing that I wasn't looking for, but my friend's daughter contacted me about wanting to lease something for them, but they need to get them into this house that they have because of all the COVID stuff that happened. He was in the oil industry. He lost a lot of his contracts. So now he is doing public adjustment, but he can't afford the house that they have now. He started putting money into it. If that house had the repairs that need to be done to it, that house would sell right now for over $600,000. But he's looking at taking a personal loss himself. I mean, I didn't go looking for that. They came to me with it. So, but I feel I'm confident because I've done listings. Not a lot, but I've done them, and I know what I'm talking about now. So I feel fine with that. So whatever's thrown at you, work it. And just ask your questions. And leads. You need to start trying to Do they give you some leads to work?
Somewhat.
Do they give you leads in the coaching to work?
Leads?
Leads, do you give them to you? They do, okay.
I haven't gotten. If you've gotten some.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. No,
No.
I just figured leads was from my phone.
No, that's like people who have approached you because they want to buy or sell.
Yeah.
Oh, I look forward to that.
Not, well, have you tried to think about doing any, social media advertising? Have y'all created a website or?
So one day
business
last week, I
page?
ran a Facebook ad because Stephanie's niece was here. And she showed me how to do it. Please don't ask me to do it again because I wouldn't know. But I did it the first time and no leads come from that, but I got more familiar with it.
Well, that's good, because that's what I did. I decided, I was like, because they tell you when you're starting out, don't spend money for, don't spend what you don't need to spend.
Actually, that's why I'm doing that because it's free.
Yes, yeah. And you can go ahead and make your business page on Facebook, and you can generate leads in a lot of different ways for free on
Right.
there. You can do paid advertising too, and it doesn't cost that much money, but just try to generate your own first before you decide to spend any money. And a lot of those are like, when you do spend money to get some of these leads, they don't pan out anyway. I mean, yes, if you do one closing, you've well paid for it, but still, you may not get out of a bundle, might not get anything, it just depends. But that's what I started out. I started doing, so I did my business page on Facebook, and I started doing social media advertising, just free stuff at first. And I kind of discovered what would work and what people are looking for. You have a lot of people with credit issues who always need help. So if you discover some processes and some people you can work with that stuff, it'll be good, because even if you can't close them right now, you need things in your pipeline for down the line, because you still need to make money in the coming up months. So don't ever turn down anything, and you got practice. Take leases if you can, whatever. If somebody, and a lot of times these bigger agents who are doing a lot of work and all, they don't have time to go out and do lease stuff. So they'll say, who wants to do a lease here or there, or different things. Take it. I did. I did to get practice with things. Granted, you don't make much on a lease, and then some of them will give it to you and not make you share it, but most of the time it's a 50-50 split. So you're really talking about making a couple $100, but a couple $100,
Right.
Make money however you can. And these people who are making the big bucks and doing lots of closings, they were those people who didn't turn down those things, because $1 is $1, and you're learning from whatever you do in practice. So don't ever be that person. Take it. Same thing with open houses, which we're going to do the open house stuff Friday. At the beginning, that's what I did. I volunteered to go do open houses for people. Turnout with open houses is not like it used to be, because everything is on the internet these days. So the people will see one on the internet that they want to look at, and they might go show up for the open house to go look at everything and talk to people. But just because somebody comes to an open house and they don't want to buy that house, you always make sure, we'll talk about all this in depth Friday. You always want to make sure they sign in, you get contact info, and you can do that by offering, drawing some prizes to get their info, because if they're looking, they're going to buy a house. And if they don't already have an agent, they need an agent. So you might not sell them the house you're showing to do an open house on, but you might sell them something else, or they might need to sell their home, so don't ever miss out on an opportunity. And even if you have nobody come to your open house, you've still practiced the process of doing it. And, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, yeah, you don't want to do it every week to, and don't ever do them if there's a football game, big game, or something major happening in the city. I never recommend having them on that day, because they're not going to come.
Do you feel safe?
Yeah, but I'm usually not alone, because we'll have vendors come. But yeah, you'll learn what you need to do. Don't ever get trapped in a house, like, you're showing somebody around a house. Don't ever get in that room in a corner so that they can trap you in there. And many times if I have some kind of strange feeling or whatever, if it's really bad feeling, I won't even go in. I'll just open the door, say, go ahead and look around. I'll be waiting right here for you. And I'll just kind of tell them a little bit of that stuff. And even if, no matter what it is, I know them very well. They're friends of mine, or I've been working with them for years, or whatever it is. I will say, okay, so back there is this, this, and that, and I'll let them kind of go around to the different ones. And I will stay out of their way. And I always have, I always have mace and other things. I'm prepared, because I'm not gonna be on, I'm not gonna have anything happen. But if I have not had a personal meeting with a client and I don't know them at all, and they want to go look at houses, and that happens a lot these days, I'll ask my husband to go with me. I said, look, I don't feel comfortable. I don't, just can you want to come with me? And I'm lucky because he's retired now, so he can, he can come, and he doesn't always love it, but he goes. But you just gotta learn and to be safe and to do things a certain way. And a lot of times you'll get a feeling about things, and you'll say, okay, this doesn't seem kosher for us. So, but you always practice safety, because you don't know anything. We'll talk about all that stuff. Are y'all coming Friday?
Yeah, I'll be here Friday.
We'll talk at length about open house stuff. Let's see what I was saying. And y'all know that you're supposed to, before you start making calls, just out the blue calls, that you make sure that they're not on do not call list. I'm sure they've already
How
told
do
you.
you do that? I know an email went out recently from the ED.
You just register for the register on the site and check where you call to see.
Oh, okay.
And if you are advertising and they respond to you and give you their information, you can call them, because they have asked for that.
Yeah.
For you call them, and if they want you to stop, they'll tell you to stop. And then you can just unsubscribe them, or just say, do not click the little whatever you're using in your CRM. Do not, text this person, or do not call, or whatever. But I found a lot of ways while we're talking about social media and everything, and getting some leads, because number one thing is lead generation, always. And you just got to figure out what's going to work for you. And first time buyers, and they're not always, a lot of people don't like working with them because they don't want to spend the time to educate them, or there's a good chance that they may not get approved for a loan. They might need some credit work, or they don't have finances right now for what they're going to need. But I learned a lot starting out with first time buyers and advertising for them.
That
Because
appeals to me more,
Yes.
because they're inexperienced, and so am I.
right.
So,
And then you also have to learn, to teach them the processes. You learn them. And then if you're doing that over and over, it just becomes, like I said, my phrase, the back of your hand doing it and talking about it. But they appreciate it. And, a lot of times if you have somebody who's actually going to come sit down and meet with you, probably 8 out of 10 times, they will get pre-approved, and they're fine, because they know they want to buy a house. They're taking the time to sit there and meet with you, and you've already, talked to them before you've come in here. So they might have a couple that can't do a purchase at this moment, but a lot of times when you get to that point, they're going to be fine. And if not, just work with them until they are. You're going to get some that'll drop off, though, and they won't do what they're supposed to do. I mean, it's just like that's what they do there. I guess they're just not quite committed or ready yet. I would not, we tried to put on first time buyer classes before COVID, and people would say they were coming and they wouldn't show up. And then we would have, all kind of different people there, giving, bringing food and prizes and this and that, and we waste our time and nobody would come. So I would say, instead of that, that's a good way to market yourself. is to say, you don't need to go to sit all day in one of these first-time buyer courses because I'm going to give you your own personal first-time buyers course. You know, and if they don't want to come and meet you, like I said, you can do a Zoom, you can do a phone call, whatever you need to do. And when you do that, they appreciate it. And then if you're going to do a Zoom or you're going to do a phone call, email them materials so that they can go back after they've taken notes, talk to you, and look at it too afterwards. And always tell them that they can communicate with you. I always tell them, it's like I told y'all, it doesn't matter if it's day or night. I put my phone on silent at night when I'm going to sleep, and I'll see it whenever I wake up. And I might wake up when you text me, and because I'm just up, and I might wind up answering you right back. But usually, I'll just wait till the morning that I've seen it now, I have an answer for them, or I'm ready to call them right away in the morning. But they appreciate that. And it's just about learning how you process and what's going to work. But people like free stuff. So if you can have any way, I had joined one of these marketing things where you pay, it's very inexpensive. And I don't belong to it now, but I need to get back onto it again. But when I joined the team, I didn't need it because the team leader had joined one for us. But where you give away free vacations. So anybody who signs up to come to your, or to, you know, have a call or meeting with you, or if they put their information in, you tell them they're going to be put into a drawing for this prize, that prize, or anybody who signs up and follows through with their meeting or their phone call gets a certificate for a free vacation. And you got to be careful, you know, because it's not an all expense paid thing. It's, you know, it's different resorts and they can choose. And then you get so many days and nights wherever you go, but they have to be responsible for their own flight and that kind of stuff. But other than that, you could just give it to them. You can give those away at open. Anybody who comes to the open house, you can put all that in your marketing and your advertising. I got lots of stuff from freebies. You know, people like to see that. But I have all kind of pointers if you ever.
Awesome.
Even if y'all want to, I'm meeting with my other girls to teach them, like I said, the whole first time buyer process, who I use and everything, because as soon as they get their license, they're going to come work now, not on a team just yet, but come follow up with leads I have that I've paid for at this point, because I got another CRM and you pay a one-time fee and then you have it. And then it's just like a command, it's a different database, but they get the appointments for you and, you know, all that stuff. And so you just have all these people dumped in there. You know, you can do mass texting and, you know, calls and emails, all kind of stuff in there. But I mean, I'm one person, you know, to deal with all that. I have to deal with it the best way I can. So having help is good. So I told him, I was like, you know, I'll give y'all leads because I have so many of them and you can work them. And, you know, whatever you get closed, you know, we'll split 50-50. I was like, and if you decide that you like it, then, you know, maybe we'll explore, you know, starting a team together. I got to see, you know, how they do, and they got to see how they like it as well, because they might, you know, might not be the person who needs to be on the team. Or, you know, everybody doesn't need that.
So these are people that are procuring to take the real estate.
Yeah, because you can. I know they must have told y'all when you came to the career night, so you learned about recruiting and profit share, and you know, so whoever you can recruit that signs up under you, you're going to get profit share for them. So helping them benefits you. But I mean, you're going to come across a lot of them who just want you to sign your name under anything. They don't have to do anything for you, which I don't think that's right, and I don't think it's a benefit. So I think if somebody, you know, comes to Keller Williams because I invited them, that I also need to mentor them as well, whether they wind up being on my team or just being an agent. You know, I want to teach them right and what works. But that's why I do that. So like if y'all want to, you decided one day that y'all want to sit down, and I'll take y'all through all the processes too. And like I'll sit down like you're the client and I'm, you know, meeting with you, and I will explain everything and show you everything like I would, you know, with another client, and then I'll show you all the people that I use and for the different things,
Right.
and how they're contacted, what I give out to everybody. And it's helpful. I'm not saying you have to do exactly what I do. I'm just saying that I know this works, and then you can kind of tweak what you want to do to what how you want to.
That would be great.
Yeah,
I would love that.
sure. We can talk about it maybe when I come to do open houses Friday. Maybe if y'all want to do, we can talk about a date where we can
I
come
would
do
love that.
an hour or so. It'll be
Right.
all
Yeah,
But
I would love that.
What do you volunteer to do?
Sitting them down and teaching them like when I have a meeting with a first time buyer, all the way I go through all the processes, and then who I like to use for different things, and how you
Okay.
pick things.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep your service people a list on.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes,
You
absolutely.
definitely want to.
Keep a list of who you like to use
Yeah.
for what.
Right.
And then you might have, you'll have your number one lender that you like to refer to. But sometimes, for some reason, they can't do something, and you may know another one who's willing to work with that, or another one who can do something for this that one can't do.
Mhm.
So you just kind of learn from people telling you, and then you experiment with the different people to see how it goes.
Mhm.
And that is always going to be, most of the time they're going to use who you recommend. They'll ask you, well, who do you recommend? And you can give them some choices. But they get ultimately choose who they want to use as a lender.
Right.
And they may have somebody they've used in the past already, or they may have gone and gotten their pre-approval before they got their realtor. Some people do that.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But if they haven't, you need to be prepared, to give them resources and references. And they make their choice. And the other thing is, the other choice that they make that you can be of help with is an inspector. Some people know an inspector they've used before, and that's who they like to use, and that's what who they're going to use. But other times they'll say, well, do you have a really good inspector? And I have a couple different ones that I use for different reasons, but they're both very good. And they'll usually listen to your recommendation, or they'll say whichever one you think. So whoever's got an opening when you need it out of those two, you use them. And then title company, they're also allowed to choose their own title company that they want to use. But a lot of times they ask you. And like I said, I always use Florida Lee, unless they want to use somebody else they've used before. They have a friend who has a title company, that kind of stuff. But
Florida League, they're right in Covington.
they have a Covington office, they have a Hammond office, they have one in Battery. They have a number of offices. Yeah, they do. And then, like I said, you develop a good relationship with the people that you work with all the time, and you guys communicate back and forth every day. And if you have people who have their application in, they give you a report, a rundown of who's where, and that kind of stuff. And then you can text them and ask them questions, call them, or anything you need. And then you do open house, and you give them business, and they'll give you food, or they'll give you prizes to give away, and all kind of stuff. So you build your relationships, and you work on building your database, your relationships, and number one is lead generation, and then communication, and education. So you want to market yourself positively. Any questions, guys?
Oh, good.
What time is it?
It's almost right.
Okay. Why don't we try to do just a few minutes of calls, or if you have some clients or some listing stuff or whatever you have that you want to call, or try to make a couple calls, or do something, and then I'll touch base with y'all about it, and then we'll be able to go. Oh, and I want to show y'all to do that, how to do that opportunity. Let me get into that while y'all are taking a few minutes. I'll get it opened up,
Okay.
and then we'll just touch base
I go
about yes, in restroom, drink, whatever y'all need, and we'll probably finish a little bit early.
So you make calls? Uh-huh. You go first.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
So, let me see about- So do y'all do that 10 contacts added every day, 10 conversations?
That's
every
why I
day?
started, because I ran out of FISBOs.
Mhm.
So I said, I need to do something. So I started doing that.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
It's
Practice.
free.
Yes, it's free. And then, keep practicing with your social media ads and learn how to work them. Look up some other people's ads, see what they have on their
Right.
ads and see what draws, responses in.
And the home previews,
Mhm,
I was doing really good with that as long as I was doing the FISBO calls.
mhm.
I was going view homes.
Right, exactly.
And I only ran into one that there's nobody gonna buy that house. But dude, I started saying, you need to clean this place up. He's a single guy,
Mhm. Yes.
Anyway, so everyone else, it's usually a woman in charge.
Mhm.
She had it tight. All the other women just had it tight and she's ready.
Yeah.
Because
That's good.
they're women, that's what they do.
Mhm. But some people go out, like when they have the higher end homes,
Mhm.
you'll have people who are used to dealing with the luxury all the time, so they want things done. And they'll say, well, you need to paint all these walls right. You need to do this, that.
That's part of negotiation, huh?
Mhm. Well, you can do that.
What are you talking about for the agent?
The agent will say,
Oh.
list this house, I feel like you need to do this, 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 and that. And some of them, you've got someone to take the listing if they don't do it. Now, I don't believe in any of that. That if they ask me for what I think would be a good idea for, things,
Right.
I'll point out some things to them. But some are very insistent that you do certain things. Always, if you're gonna do a listing, unless it's a
Can't wait to
low,
get my first.
it'll be exciting.
I'm nervous as all get out.
Mhm.
But I'm super excited.
Yes.
Actually, you know who might be my first one?
Who?
My ex-mother-in-law.
Oh, yeah, that'd
They
be
love
good.
me. They love me.
That'd be good.
My ex-in-laws love me.
Mhm.
Not much.
I understand. Been there, done that. I
Yeah.
get it.
But she might be my first one.
That'd be good. That way, you'll feel more comfortable doing your first one.
I'm still nervous, even though
Well,
it's hard.
everybody is, but you won't be as.
And even though I'm going to get to listen,
Mhm.
I'm still walking through everything with her.
Yeah.
So I can
absolutely.
get that practice
Exactly.
on a person that I know I got it anyway.
Mhm. Yeah, you gotta practice the right
Yep,
processes.
I know.
And always make sure, unless you have a lower end, house that maybe is very inexpensive, make sure you get professional pictures done.
Right.
In some of them, like if it's in a higher end house, even, like a aerial views, or it just depends on the price.
Are
of
you
the
talking about,
house.
yeah,
Yeah.
talking about the upper end,
Yes.
aerial
yes.
views.
You just have to do,
'Cause,
different things for
It
different.
was a couple days ago, I can't remember who, I've been to so many classes.
know.
Anyway, she was talking about the aerial prices, I forget what price she had, like, that had to be upper end house.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it was. It was Kristen Simpson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because she went and these buyers had their house
Right.
listed previously for like 1.7 million. And she went back and they wanted to list it again and they interviewed her, and they had interviewed someone else who, thought 1.7 was an acceptable price to list it for.
Mhm.
But she didn't think it should be listed for over 1.3, I think, or 1.4. So of course they didn't like that. But then when she was giving the class, she actually got a text from the owner, and it sounded like,
They were gonna go with her.
yeah, or they wanted some more information, but it sounded sort of promising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
So anyway,
Yeah.
but so, oh gosh, it's just so much.
It's a lot, but like I said,
Uh-huh.
practice will
Mhm.
get you to where you need to be.
Yeah.
And feeling confident. Everybody's nervous when they start anything new.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's a lot to learn.
Mhm.
But as long as you have the good resources you have here at Keller Williams,
Mhm.
it's not gonna be an issue. As
Right,
long as you invest the time in it.
yeah, okay.
So what, when did you get it? Is it December? You got your
Yeah,
license? Okay,
December
so you're
15th, I got my
new.
license. Yeah, and I've just been taking a lot of classes and this whole Ignite thing, but of course this is the last week. And so then I'll really have to get moving.
And like, just jump into it and, because you gotta start somewhere and
Right.
just, you have help, you know, you
Mhm.
have people who will answer questions for you
Yeah,
and who are there to help you with everything. So use your resource. Because
okay.
that's what everyone's there for.
Yeah,
And like I said, you're gonna make mistakes. Everyone does. You learn from your mistakes.
right.
And as you practice, you're going to get better and better and better, and you're just gonna feel so comfortable.
Mhm.
And that you'll be, like I said, like the back of your hand. You'll be like a no-brainer at some point. The more you practice, the better you get.
Yeah.
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 Some advertising is what you're gonna like think about and start looking at that. Like make your business page and
Yeah.
That is so hard. I can never do that. I can never do that. I can, adding ten's not trouble. The conversation's not. The handwritten notes,
I did this. I've done this.
that is what's difficult to me. And what I found out, you know, because you talk to different people about it, you know, what do you have problems with and all like that. And I said, and don't say, I use them as gratitude notes. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the days I don't have 10 things I can be grateful for, you know, that I just went through something and I want to ask you about it, see your opinion. Okay. Some agents do not want their clients to talk to anybody from the other side.
Yeah. I
Okay.
talked to them about that.
What you did? What'd you say? I didn't hear.
Well, that the other agents usually don't like that to happen. You know, they look down on it and heard it happen.
I had to stand up for a minute.
I
I'm
assured her, I
good.
was like, I know what you're saying. And I was like, you know, they were here doing stuff when we came to.
You want him to come in?
So just not to show up over there whenever, you know, anybody's coming to see the house. Because I do not like them talking to the buyers of the buyer's agent because, you don't know what they'll say. And, you know, I said, well, I'm gonna let you know. I was standing there the whole time that they were talking and, you know, nothing out of the way was said, no promises were made, so we're all good. I said, but I completely understand what you're saying.
Because you know, my buyer had questions. We're under contract for a property. And he asked me questions I couldn't answer. They were concerning the seller. I don't even know who the seller is, you know. I can't read the writing on the contract, you know that. So anyway, I said, would you like me to give your number to the listing agent? He said, yes. So I called the listing agent, gave her his number. They called, communicated, and before I knew it, the listing agent called me and said, I think we might need to get a 30-day extension. You know, and I'm like, you know, okay. Because I had sent my guy cancellation notice. And so the seller is, you know, she's like, if we need 30 days to get this closed, we'll do 30 days to get it closed. Because what she was telling me was, well, if we don't close, you know, by the 10th, we're not going to close because the seller's wanting to go up on the price. So just letting her talk to the buyer, you know. So I was like, okay. But I had one, and the property was for sale by an investor, and an investor was buying the property. And we were going like this, me and the listing agent. You know, I was the listing agent, me and the buyer's agent. I said, look, I don't know how you feel about it, but as far as I'm concerned, I'll just give you my client's number. You give your client her number, let them talk amongst themselves. And that's exactly what they did, which is very highly, you know, most people wouldn't do that.
Right.
They wouldn't do that.
Uh-huh.
But they're
And so
investors.
how did that go?
Great, they were
Uh-huh.
investors. He's like, well, all I need, he had found some things that needed to be repaired. And
Uh-huh.
she's like, well, I've already paid to have them repaired. I'm not going to pay again.
Yeah.
That's not what he wanted. What he wanted was the name of her service people,
Mm,
and he'd get it taken care of.
right, uh-huh.
So
At his expense.
yeah, it
Uh-huh.
went great.
Okay.
No
So
problem.
Jennifer, I'm great with phone numbers.
Oh, yeah,
I'm talking about in the database.
yeah.
Everything else, not so much.
What do you mean?
Like I'm, like birthdays, I'm at 3%. Home anniversary, I'm at 2%. Neighborhoods, I'm 19. Addresses, I'm 22, and emails, I'm at 11.
But phone numbers?
Oh, phone numbers, I'm 80%.
Good.
It's all in the
Contacts do you
green.
have?
Yeah.
160,
Make yourself a form, like,
162.
once you get the client, once you actually get the client, make yourself a form that asks for all that information. And when you have your sit down or you meet with them the first time to show them houses, however it goes, give them that to fill out for you. And that way you'll have all the information until you in the meeting. Until then, like just to call them, you need the phone
Right.
and the email address is good. But, that's,
So
another one
what
of
we're
those.
gonna do in the meeting?
I'm gonna show you how to do the opportunity and
Sweet.
then like the offer. I'm trying to find out how to pull this out so I can pull up my. Yeah. In the show.
You said pushed it over to me, right?
Yes,
Okay.
they're pretty good.
Which one are those? The gum? Oh, yeah. I
I
have
don't
like
want to
2
kill
or 3
anybody with my
flavors.
coffee, but
Look, I bought these. These are really good. They're 3-hour mints.
Are they sugar free?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
those are sugar free.
I know, I'm not, I
3
don't
hours.
like sugar free or sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah,
You want the little jolt?
yeah, I like the sugar better.
Yeah. You know what I do? Like, I'm trying to get my energy back. So I can't do.
Electrolyte?
Well, it's got some in it, but it's Spark. Have you ever tried those? It's, you have to order it online, but I can't do like those 5-hour energy shots or anything like that because it make my heart race and skip beats.
Yeah.
But this I can do. So I'll drink it like once a day and it doesn't do that to me. It'll just give you some energy.
Oh, what is
And,
that?
And you get it from Advocare. That's who you order it from. But you can look at it if you want. It tells you what's in it. It's got a lot of different vitamins.
Oh, thank you.
It does have caffeine in it. Now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me get this. I'm still trying to get this little thing come in. Hold up. Yeah, it's not bad. The last time I did a 5-hour energy shot, it was probably like 3 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And it gave me this headache, felt like my head was gonna explode and my chest was doing all this.
Uh-huh.
I mean, literally, I've never
That looks
had a head.
great.
It tastes good too.
Uh-huh.
I never had a headache like that before in my life. It was horrible. I was like, never again,
Gosh.
never again.
Uh-huh. It's gonna be very good for you.
Mm-mm. So, remember that's where you put in.
I don't think much of what I eat. Very good.
Not really.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
It has all the questions,
Mhm.
and it's easier if you just, go down the line, you don't forget anything.
Right.
And that's like when we do our little meeting, when I show you everything, I like if I'm giving somebody leads and I'll give them a form to look at when they're starting out and go down and ask them those questions and write your answers there.
Uh-huh.
That way, until you get used to it, you have it right there. for you.
Yeah.
And then I have step-by-step instructions. too. But anyway, this is when you go to command. This is where you hit opportunities. When you have, remember, you have to have your contact put in there to be able to start an opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
You don't have to, it's up to
I'm
you.
just gonna watch her.
You might want to take some notes that
Okay.
you'll understand, when you're,
Okay.
so you can pull yours back up and you can go into it and work on it. You can even do sample ones to practice, just fake ones.
Right.
just call it something crazy so you'll know it's a fake. But you just hit opportunity and see you'll have this. And don't look at all this. As I say, not as I do.
All opportunities.
Yeah, and there it'll show you. Now this is just ones from the past, not even the past year, because I was on that team for a while, so everything went into the team thing. So let's see. So remember I told you I like to name them the opportunity by the address, but you'll see sometimes it's by the person's name, and then the address will be right next to it. But I got used to the address thing because in the other system we used to use, if you didn't name it the address, then they had trouble finding the
That's a good idea.
opportunity. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. This is the one that I just closed. So if you're doing a new one, it'll say up at the top, start a new opportunity or whatever. But let me see. We'll do a fake one.
I
How
got
about that?
create opportunities.
Yeah, let's do that so y'all can see.
Are you creating ones?
No, I'm doing.
I'm gonna
minus
show you-
one-law.
Both. I'm going to show you the one I have done in there, and then I'll show you how to do one. So let's
Okay.
just say,
Put me in.
put you in.
Yeah. Put me in.
Okay, let's add a contact.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I need help with this, so.
I need plenty of help. I'm so glad y'all here.
And then, what's your
Jake
email?
and Bill 43 at Yahoo.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna add you into.
Okay, add me. 985 981 0112. Neighbor. Lead source and neighbor.
Doesn't say, so we'll just say.
Yeah, I did
I
that.
just usually say. And
Following
you can
along?
mark it as whatever.
That's good.
Okay.
What she's doing.
Tags.
I didn't know about those the lead source tags. I didn't know about
Mhm.
that.
And then,
Figured
that
that one
way
out.
it'll show you.
Yeah. Where
And
you
then,
find
yeah,
what he
and then
are.
there's stages in there too, all kind of different stuff you need to fill
Yeah.
out. But you could put like different things in here just
Tag
to,
You
everybody.
can
Tag
put neighbor
everybody.
and it'll add it.
and see, like I put Felicia's grandma was one of my
Yeah.
clients, and
Yeah.
it was her grandmother, so I needed
But
to
you-
make sure I
you- you can
remember.
put neighbor in there. And it'll add it.
I have another, do you want to take her information?
Sure. I haven't heard from Holly yet either.
Create a custom
Tag,
tag.
yeah. That's what I wanted them to see. You can add colors if you want.
I do.
Okay,
Charlotte,
so now-
Charlotte showed me that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
So now she's in here. So now I'm
Okay.
going to go to opportunities, and we're going to create an opportunity. So once your contact's in there and you want to create a new opportunity, you go to opportunities and then create opportunity.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
I know. I remember how stressed out I was like when this first came out. I'm
Oh,
like,
I hate it.
"Oh." I mean, now that I'm used to it, it's a lot better. But there's so many
I don't know
things that
anything
I
different,
don't.
so I think I'm really good.
Yes, yeah,
'Cause I
yeah.
don't know anything different.
You don't know what you
Right,
don't know.
exactly.
Right, I don't know anything
You're
else.
good with that.
I don't even know this, so.
That's so funny.
I'm good at DMLS.
Thank you.
Did something.
My friend just bought me this little bracelet and the thing came off.
You already broke it.
What is this taking so
I
long?
know.
Must be the internet.
All my glasses.
I left mine in
Or
the
my
car.
arms,
I left mine in the car.
So,
same property.
same property, you guys, and that's signed in, we've got 4 weeks.
See that?
Thank you.
Ooh, that's a good day, huh?
Wow, gee.
All right, so here, this came up when I put create opportunity. Okay, so it puts our, you don't have to worry about that. It automatically is
Okay.
in there. And then if you're on a team, you'd select that, but I'm not opportunity type. And let's say we're doing a buyer. And then I own this opportunity. And then the client, this is where you do,
And I pop
and it's
up.
gonna pop up who meets that, and then you just click on it. And if there's a co-buy, you put
You
them
want to
in.
buy a house with me?
Any custom tags here, whatever. Sometimes I'll put the address or, whatever.
Yeah, you put in like if it's school district they need or,
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
whatever.
the subdivision they want to be in, things like that.
Right.
So at this point, we're gonna make an offer. That's why we're doing this.
Okay.
So you'll have all the stuff to put in because you've already got all what you're gonna do for the offer. So you just fill it in. So we're gonna say we want to close by March,
April 12th.
April 12th. Okay.
April 12th.
We'll put April
It's
12th.
good. Hey, it's March 1st, yeah.
I know. And then let's say they want to, in the next 3 months for sure, they want to be closed and say their budget. Or we're just gonna-
$270.
Okay.
You can tell I've already
Uh-huh.
been looking.
And then
3%, you get the whole 3%.
3.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell y'all just a little thing that is really good. Remember I told you like new constructions are good because right now you don't have to negotiate all that stuff like you do with these other houses, and there's plenty of new construction available. And then if it's a Horton, they have what's the name of the thing they call it? I can't remember, but your first closing for the year, it's a 12-month thing,
Right.
starts in January for everybody. First closing is 3%. Second is 3.5. Third is 4. Fourth is 4.5, and then the next one after that will be 5%. That's the max you can go up to. But they will run sales too, and they'll say, okay, no matter where you're at, if you make a sale by, I don't know, by the 14th of March, you're gonna get 6% off of that. So I had a closing like that last Friday. I got a 6% commission.
Your
So-
end was 6%?
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
You're.
That's
That's
sweet.
what I'm trying to tell you.
That's new construction?
New construction, Horton.
And-
Only
and-
Horton.
Yeah, and they're so easy. I
Very,
mean, they
yes.
do all the paperwork.
Well, they can be difficult sometimes too. with-
I never
with
had
some
it.
things. Oh my God, like as far as doing the inspection walkthroughs, I've had some
Yeah.
issues lately. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. But yes,
Okay.
Horton's,
I bet 6% commission will smooth over a lot of them. You might have.
well, no matter what, I have to work for my clients. So
Right.
it's gonna be what I have to do, to make sure everything's right for them. Of course, I don't want to lose that, but.
And
you've got to.
you always want an inspection, even if it is new construction.
Right.
But so my closing I had Friday. The house was $160,000. The commission at 6% was over $9,000 on $160,000.
Oh,
So we're with the house.
Ponchatoula.
God, that's great.
Bet you were happy that day.
Oh yeah,
That
course.
is
Be happy every closing day.
yeah.
So you're flying if nothing else.
Anything. Yeah. Okay, so we're active,
Active.
and then we are.
What is
doing-
legacy?
That's somebody who you've been working with forever. So I guess we'll
Negotiation.
be into negotiations now. Create.
Sweet.
And then I usually go and I'll look at the details to see what else I can fill in here. And you can always go back and fill things in and say, we already know that they're going to be doing, and here's where you edit. And that's under the details tab.
Right.
You can go in and put I guess I shouldn't put that in yet, but it's gonna be the date, if they accept the contract, it's gonna be the date that you sent the offer in. And then close date, that means the day you actually close, or what the projected closing date is going to be. And if you know their type of loan, whenever you find out, you put it here. And let's just say it's gonna be an FHA, because that's the most common one we do, FHA.
An RD.
RD, but it's harder to get an RD. That's the one, rural development. First of all, it has to be, well, anything over here is going to be rural development, but you're limited as to where you can buy a house for rural development, and that's the 100% financing. So everybody wants that, of course, but you have income guidelines, you have credit score guidelines, and your debt to income ratio makes it harder to get. You have to have a much lower one than for other loans. And then FHA is always going to be a 3.5% down unless the lender has a grant that they can get part of it. If they take like a little class or something, then they can give them a little grant. But whenever your clients take grant money, it always raises their interest rate. So you need to let them know that before they take any kind of grant money for anything. It will raise your interest rate. So if you can stand not to take the grant, it'll be better off for you in the long run. You're going to pay less interest. Okay, save.
Interesting.
And then we're in the United States. And 1, 2, 3. Apple.
It's right there.
Oh, yeah.
In
A lot of times
Norco.
they come up here.
And then
for you to-
Luling, we'll
for
go
you to-
with the Luling.
Luling?
Yeah,
Oh, but okay.
oh, we got one in England.
I know.
I
see that.
actually sold one on Apple Street.
Did you?
Yep.
No, look at the Luling, didn't put the zip code in. Isn't that crazy? Oh, yes, it did. City, town. It didn't say Luling. I wonder why. That's weird, huh? So everything popped up in there. Save it. If you need to type anything here, you can. Or if you between do, but if you have something you want to say to remember about that house, you can put it right there. Okay, so then go back up to the top, and we are going to do.
Documents? You don't do documents there?
Well, you do, but you got to do a yes.
Okay.
Hang on. Start. That's what. Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Start. Okay, so you go to your documents, and you do start a transaction, and it's going to take you over to DocuSign. Some people might still use .lu because they pay for it. I don't even know if you can anymore, but DocuSign is what we have. And then you log in. Okay, so there it's telling you that you're working on Judy's. So you're gonna add, come right here. Oh, you got to go to envelopes. Don't forget that, because if you do it under here, it's not gonna work. Envelopes, new. Okay, this they're not gonna see. That's for you. That's where you need to put 1, 2, 3. Apple. Was it Lane? Street. Initial. Offer. Remember I told you, so you're not searching through paperwork trying to find out which one is which later. So that's, you're going to be able to go right to that one and pick it. And then you're going to, most of the time you're going to use a template. and
Shared with
shared with me. This thing
And that saves you so
is-
much
oh,
time.
I know. Okay, so you can say you see it? Sometimes I can put this in, it comes up. Buyer contract, Louisiana
I said buyer.
residential.
Yeah.
There you go. Click on the box, add selected, and that's gonna be that, what I gave you all a copy of the blank one. Right. Okay. Bless you. So it's showing you right here that you've added this document. So now
And add recipients.
you go down here and add your recipients. And let's see if it's got the pre-tag role. Okay, so we have buyer one, look right here, and Judy Hempel, right there. And then the only other
That's
thing,
amazing.
you're gonna have your buyer's agent. I'm gonna click on this
And
list,
you.
and there I am. And then add selected. If you had a second buyer, you'd put down and choose it. And you can put the selling agent and all that stuff in the sellers, but I don't do that because it's really their responsibility. Now, if we have that person who comes and says they don't know how to do any of this, and this is where this will come in handy for you. Okay, so down here, the next thing after all that, that's going to pop up here after you've added everything.
Who goes first?
So here you say, oh yes, it has order too.
Mhm.
And you don't want to put for you to sign it right now. I usually take myself off until later, because if not, it's not going to let you do anything. But your buyers need to be first always. But I'll take myself off of I'll just say receives a copy, or just take myself off for now. Okay. You'll learn which ones that need to be signed and when as you go along. Okay, so please DocuSign initial offer, and then you can put a little note, maybe,
If you have any questions, give me
yeah,
a call.
right. And then you hit next. Okay, so here's, it shows you the form, and then whenever you need Judy to initial a sign or anything, she's gonna be in yellow. If you had another buyer, they would be in a different color. They usually have blue, yellow, purple, green, yeah, different colors. Everybody will have a different one. So,
And if you don't change it, you'll have the wrong person in the wrong line.
yes.
That and the thing that says read only.
Yeah. So
Those got me.
everybody might do things a little bit different, but this is how I do it. When you need to type something in that's not already pre-printed there, you choose the text option, pull it out, because you're gonna need more. And then you go right here and type it in. So the listing firm, Remax, designated agent's name.
Judy is telling me. I would deal with her coming first.
Oh, there you go.
She's the one I let talk to my buyer. There has to be a level of trust between you and the other agent to do that.
And then their license number, and it'll say at the bottom in the MLS, it'll say their license number, their office number, their email address in that listing on the MLS, so that you can just go in there and copy and paste it. Really, I'll have my MLS open up here when I'm That way I can go back and forth, so I don't have to keep typing everything in.
Just go on down.
Yeah, okay, so then you just keep filling everything in with the text, with all this. And remember, this is important. Remember what I told, okay, so selling firm would be us, would be Keller Williams, and then me and my license number, and then Keller Williams Realty Service and our license number for the brokerage. And then all the other info. And then this is important. Remember what I told y'all, delivered by designated agent too. So I'll say delivered to the agent's name at her email address, the one that's on there. So they'll see, and then date and time and all that stuff. So that you can say that they can't say, oh, I never got it, because you have right there that you sent, you must have did the wrong email address, sent it to the wrong agent or blah, blah, blah. And you have right there who you sent it to, and that email address. And that's why you do that. And then that's all you fill out up in that box section right now. And when they receive it, you're now, once it's all typed up and you're gonna send it over, you're gonna make that call, remember, and you're gonna say, hey, this is so-and-so, I'm just letting you know, I'm sending an offer on, remember I did that little example to y'all and what I told them all about the buyers and blah, 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 blah. And when they receive it, they're supposed to sign that they received it, date and time of here, okay? Now, will everybody always do it? I'll get them all the time when people have it. And I used to always have to send them back to them, but now they're like, well, that's their responsibility. If they haven't signed it, they're like, don't worry about it. They didn't sign it, not you. You're compliant.
That really doesn't come into play, the date and time and all like that, unless you have multi-offers.
Right.
When you have multi-offers,
Or you have somebody trying to say that they didn't. Yeah, and then you come down here and everything has to be filled in. And if you don't have anything to put in a blank, you'll put NA or none. So your date, you can you fill that in, and then remember I said have your MLS open, because you got to put this in exactly how it is in the MLS.
I have a question about that. Because this happened, the listing agents, Judy Sullivan, put it in wrong. She put it in as Lane or something, and it was Boulevard. I checked
You have to fix it.
the assessor's report.
Yeah, because
so-
title
and-
will come back.
And
say,
also, where it says legal description, a lot of lazy agents will not put in that or put it in the MLS. You can get that at the assessor's.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta fill out everything.
But some agents don't go that extra mile.
Yeah, make sure you have the correct parish in here, and if you're not sure, look it up. Legal description will be in the MLS, so you can just go up there and copy it and paste it. But in order to copy and paste it, you have to put the little text thing and go over here and copy and paste it into the box, because it won't let you just go straight to the thing, copy and paste on there. You got to do it in the box on the side of the
Text
text.
box.
Yes. You'll learn all this stuff. And then when you come here, the following movable items here remain with the property but are not considered as part of the sale price and have no value. So if they're asking for they want to ask for a refrigerator, they want to ask for anything that's not fixed that they want to ask for, needs to be typed out in there. Okay. And if they're not asking for anything extra, just go in and do your text box and put none or NA, because you don't want to leave anything blank for somebody else to come in there and write something in on your contracts.
Now, Jennifer, how do you feel about a refrigerator, side-by-side refrigerator with an ice maker attached? Because it's attached to the house, technically, but most refrigerators don't go with the property.
Right.
So how do you feel about that?
The ice maker's in the refrigerator?
The ice
Oh,
maker?
well, refrigerator, I've never put anything separate for that. I just put the refrigerator.
No, what I'm saying is they say unless attached.
Right.
Okay. An ice maker, if the refrigerator has an ice maker, it's technically attached
So,
to the
water
house.
line.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And some agents will say, Well, if it's not written in, it doesn't count.
You need to write anything like that in. Don't even go thinking that way about it. Just if it's anything that's not permanently fixed,
Right.
it's not included unless it's on those lines and they agree to it. And sometimes that'll be one of the things they come back with. They don't want to give away the refrigerator. They don't want to give away their washer dryer. But I always say to my clients, it doesn't hurt to ask. All they can do is say no.
Right.
So,
I had somebody take out mirrors and I said,
Oh,
it says
that's
mirrors in there. It says
insane,
mirrors in
huh?
there,
and legally,
bathroom mirrors.
window coverings legally are supposed to be left, but people try to pull them down. You need to write it in if they want, make
What was that again?
blinds, stuff like that. So if they're
Curtains,
there,
shower
they're
curtains.
supposed to leave all that. But a lot of people, if it's not included, will try to take it. So write it in if they want to make sure that they get it.
And it's a good idea, learn from past experience. If you represent the buyer, to take pictures of every room and what's in that room. And you can also put in there everything that was present when offer was made.
Right. A lot of times, this is not unusual. If anybody is going to exclude something that is fixed, they have to replace it with something else, but they cannot exclude it unless it's noted in the MLS. The chandelier in the front foyer will not be included, but a replacement light will be installed. So that it has to be in there like that, or they can't take it. But that is a common one because people will have antique, things, and they don't want to leave that.
Yeah, I remember somebody in some class saying it's best to, like, if you have a
Remove it.
chandelier, to go ahead and replace it.
Remove it,
Instead of showing it else.
Right.
Because if not,
People will want to ask for it. And that's where, if you say you're not including it, you would have to ask for it because they said it wasn't included. You will have to ask for it and they'll, but if it's removed, they won't know to
Yeah.
ask for it.
Right.
So just don't
Yeah.
even
So you
have it for them
Cover
to
that base early.
washer,
Yes.
dryer, refrigerator.
separately.
all of
Each
Okay.
thing.
all appliances that were installed at Shelley.
Okay.
Okay, and then it says the following items are excluded from the property sold. So I'll put a note there and I'll just say, if we haven't said anything that needs to be excluded, that everybody's agreed on,
Yeah.
I'll just say, like if people are still living there, I'll say, all personal items or all non-fixed items, something like that along there. Don't leave a blank.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so make sure that your buyer initials or the seller, whoever you're representing at the time, initials at the bottom of every single page. Because if not, you'll be going back and not be compliant and have to be making corrections. And because you're representing the buyer, it's your responsibility. So if the sellers don't sign it, they might not make you go back and get it done because that's not your client, not your responsibility. You're compliant. And then at the top of every form, you have to have the full address and the date, the same date that you have at the top of starting your contract, on the top of every single one. And you can just copy and paste it over and over. Every now and then, I don't know how to get it to do it, it'll show up. But most of the time it doesn't,
Yeah.
and we got to copy and paste it over and over on each page. Okay, mineral rights, oh Lord Jesus. Most of the time, they don't want to retain any mineral rights. That's usually not an issue, so zero goes
Unless
there.
it's claimed.
But if you got some land or somebody thinks they're sitting on something, they'll want to say that they're going to retain 100% of the mineral rights. And that's when you start running into issues. And that is really irritating, but it hardly ever happens.
Why does it create big issue?
Because and there's lots of laws that go with it, that you have to look, I forget because I don't deal with it very often, what the exact laws are, so I have to look them up every time. But like say, somebody strikes oil on the land, they're trying to say they have the rights to that oil. But you need to, like if you come into that situation, look up and start knowing the answers to the questions and make sure you know the laws so that you can discuss back and forth with, your buyers of what the actual laws are pertaining to that, in case they don't want to agree to that. Okay, The property will be sold and purchased subject to title and zoning restrictions, blah, 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 blah. And this is the amount that you're going to offer. So you type out the words here, not, you gotta do your text and go over here and, all that. The price that you're going to offer, and then here you put it in the numbers, okay? And then this is closing date that you would like to have. So that's where you would type that in, and that's what this is all the info. Remember, when you're sitting down with your clients or you're talking to them on the phone, however you guys decide to do it, when you're talking about an offer, these are all the things that you'll have to decide that you're going to plug in. So you say, when do you think, or would you prefer to close by? And that's the date you put right there. Most closings are like no longer than 60 days from contract date. It just depends if it's a build, of course it's going to be longer, but most of the time they try to get them closed as fast as they can. But there may be other reasons for, having to adjust dates. But 30 days, a lot of times, 30, 45 days is your time as you close in. Okay, and then remember we talked about contingency. So if it's going to be a contingent offer, this is where you need to check off. If it's not, then you say it's not contingent. Then financing, if it's going to be in all cash, you click here. If it's going to be a finance, you click here. And then if it's going to be an FHA, you got to calculate everything up so that it's going to be a 3.5% down of the sale. And then price by a mortgage loan or loans at initial interest rate not to exceed. It depends on the time, like interest rates are low right now. So I wouldn't expect anybody really, I haven't seen anybody get 5%. So I would put no higher than 5. That way, if they come back with that, then they can get out of this if they need to. Most of them are like 2.75, 3, 3.5, that kind of stuff right now. Even the people who don't have perfect credit are getting 3 point something. Okay.
Have you heard that the new loans are coming out at 35 years? They've
No.
got some 35-year loans.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's weird, huh? And then if they're wanting to do, I always put 30 no
Yeah,
matter what.
yeah.
So that gives them the option, because maybe they want to do a 10,
Yeah,
20,
15.
15, whatever. And then check all that apply here. So if they're want to make sure they have a fixed rate, check that. If it's going to be an RD, check that. This one's going to be an FHA, so we check fixed rate. We check, and then you have to hit check box, and you have to go and double click it so that you can then click it. So check box, double click, and then click to check it. Same thing, and then FHA, check box, double click, and then click. Even if it's going to be, it could possibly be a rural development, you can check that off just in case. So you don't have to go back and do an amendment or anything. Okay, the buyer agrees to pay discount points not to exceed. So sometimes when, especially if you have people who are like, have like poor credit or something, they'll want to buy down. And so, but they can say, I'm not paying more than this percentage. That way that could get them out of this if need be. And then other financing conditions. This is where you could type that if you're going to ask for some closing costs, or, if you're going to do a bond for deed, you might type some other things to do with a bond for deed, but that's learning for later. So I would just say seller agrees to pay up to $5,000 closing costs and prepaids. Right there, you type that out by adding text.
You're supposed to write it a certain way, an amount not to exceed this.
Right.
That year. That's the way it's supposed to be written.
In closing costs and prepaids.
And
or. Okay, then the buyer acknowledges and warns that the buyer has available funds which may be required to complete the sale of property, blah, 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 blah. And then initial, address, date. And then this is saying that active sale, in terms of conditions, the buyer shall supply the seller with written documentation from our lender that a loan application has been made, and that the loan approval process must be done. I usually put 3, but most of the time you already have this done because that's the best thing to do is already have it unless you have somebody you know. It's not no issue whatsoever. Remember, personally know them and or it's going to be a cash sale and that kind of stuff. But 3 days right there. Appraisal. This sale, unless it's a cash sale, it's gonna be subject to an appraisal because they gotta make sure the house is worth what they're financing. So,
Another one?
and some people, oh, you're fine. Even though, some people are paying cash, they might still wanna have appraisal done to make sure that that house is worth what they're paying for it. And then it says, price agreed upon prior to the appraisal. If the appraised value is less than the sale price, the buyer shall provide the seller with a copy of their appraisal within 3 calendar days.
Okay, but let me read that again. If the appraised value is less than.
So you have an appraisal done and you get it back and the house is not appraising for what your contract is for.
Right.
You need to supply the seller with it within 3 days so they can go back and say if they are going to change the price of the house, lower it to what, or sometimes you can go back to the appraiser and say, did you notice that we had XYZ, because it's not quite meeting the appraisal, but maybe you didn't know it had this or it had that. And sometimes they'll adjust it. But
So you do
it's
that.
not very often that you're going to get a house that doesn't appraise,
Right.
but it does happen. And then, so then if they won't lower it, then they can either, they're not going to finance that amount, the lending if they have to borrow. So they would either have to pay the difference out of their pocket or cancel the contract.
Yeah.
If it's an FHA, there's also something you have to get signed. It's called FHA amendatory clause, and that comes from the lender. We can do them ourselves because it's just everybody signing saying that, it's required for an FHA loan to go through that they adjust it or the sale will not be financed. So that's another form you need to get done.
Okay.
And then it says within, I always put 3 calendar days after the seller's receipt of the written documentation of the appraisal that they have to come up with the option, the adjustment or whatever's going to happen. And then this is that deposit, we were talking about the earnest money deposit, that's where this goes.
Okay.
So upon acceptance of the offer, the seller and the buyer shall be bound by all terms and conditions of the agreement, and the buyer or the buyer's agent shall deliver within 72 hours of notice of acceptance of the offer, the deposit in the amount of whatever. If they want to try for 500, it's usually what I try is to put that there so they don't have to, have a huge amount.
Yeah.
Sometimes people come back and say that's not enough, and,
Yeah.
or whatever percentage, and to pay in the form of, and I'll check off, check, and then deposit to be held by, I always try for that third party. Remember I told you the title company.
Yeah.
And then if they don't agree to that, that'll come back as part of the counter offer.
Yeah.
But most of the time, nobody's got a problem with that. And then there's another form that you have to get signed by everybody for the deposit being held by third party.
Okay.
Okay, and that it's here, but they also make us get the other one signed too. So if you're going to do third party, you need to have everybody sign here as well as the other form.
Yeah.
And then
Does Keller Williams prefer that you have them hold it?
they don't care.
They don't. Okay.
And then initial address. If it's new construction, then a new home construction addendum with additional terms and conditions attached.
Okay.
And then you check that. If it's not, there is no new home construction addendum because if it's a resale. Okay. This is talking about the inspection period. And I usually, initials, address, buyer shall have an inspection and due diligence period of, I put 14 calendar days because by the time you get an inspection scheduled, and it's done, and then you guys have made, I usually they get a copy and I get a copy of the full report, and I'll read through the whole thing and make a list of what I would suggest, and I'll have them make a list, and then I'll kind of compare, and then we'll come up with what we want to ask for to be repaired, and then submit it. But so sometimes that takes a little time. So I ask for 14 days. Sometimes they'll come back and they won't give you 14 days. They'll give you 7 to 10 days. But I always ask for 14. Not very often do they. Yeah, not very often.
Yeah, I would imagine it's hard to get everything done you want to do
Right.
in less than 14 days.
If there's no well and no private sewer, then there's no private stuff here.
Okay.
And then if there is private water system, then you have to check that.
Okay.
How many, and then put how many they have, and if they have a septic, you click here and how many they have. And then you also need to do a separate form for those things too, because you want to make sure that's all checked in by the appropriate people. And then if something's wrong with them, they'll agree to pay up to whatever amount to get it fixed, so that you can close the house.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to meet you. I'll see you Friday. Okay, and then home warranty. This is I always try for all my clients, unless they don't care. If it's new construction, you don't need to add a home warranty.
You still good?
But if it's a resale, you want to make sure you get them a warranty. So you'll say a home warranty plan will be purchased at the close of the sale at a cost of, and the one I always like to use is $685. So I always try that. Very seldom do I have a problem. So I'll type $685 to be paid by the seller.
Okay.
And warranty will be ordered by the buyer's agent. So we're not going to let them order the warranty. We're going to order it. So we make sure we get the one that we want.
Right. Okay.
And that's something I always tell when I'm meeting with my clients, I tell them I always try to negotiate if it's a resale to get a warranty paid by the seller for you guys. And then the other thing is I always try to get them closing costs too, as much as I can paid by the seller, unless they'd rather have the price of the house be cheaper and they're not worried about paying their closing costs. But most of the time, people want you to get whatever you get.
And most of the time you're able to get that, get the seller to pay for the home warranty as well as.
Not very often do I have a problem. I have had when they didn't want to pay $685 and they'd say they'd pay up to $400. Well, that's fine. Either you're getting a big closing and you want them to have the best warranty, so you pay the difference, or you just get a cheaper warranty. That's all.
But they do not have to buy a warranty. The seller does not have to pay a warranty. If I'm writing a clean contract, I don't ask for any buyer's closing costs. I don't even ask for wood destroying insect report. Now, 99 and 100%, I ask for the wood destroying insect report. But if it's a clean contract, I don't ask for any buyer's closing cost or any home warranty. The buyer can purchase it at close.
Yeah, okay.
But most of the time, I don't have any objection. They'll buy the warranty. And then the closing costs, it just depends. Sometimes they don't want to give you exactly what you're asking, or they'll adjust the price some, or
You bill them on the price.
that's where all your negotiation stuff comes in.
Right.
Okay, so if it's new construction, you're gonna check off new home warranties, because that's legal stuff. They have to provide that. And if it's not a new construction, then most everybody has sale as is without warranties. So you click that one.
Okay.
It's your waiver and wood addition.
All right, and that you'll have another form that once all this is done, that they'll have to sign. And you always want to make sure before you put in an offer on the house, very important, that they've looked at the disclosures, because you don't want them putting an offer on a house and they haven't looked at the disclosures. And when you look at them, it has some horrific stuff on there. So always make sure. But there's a number of forms that are in the seller's forms on the MLS that has to be signed and turned into the sellers.
I can imagine not looking at the disclosures.
Right, but sometimes, just if you're in a hurry and they like this house and you sometimes it might slip your mind, but you gotta
that's
remember that.
available. I mean, that's available
Well, you gotta remember, they got 10 days to get out of it for
Yeah.
absolutely positively any reason.
Right.
And what I say is grandma doesn't like paint colors, you can get out of the contract.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, after that, something else. This is where I had my question.
Uh-oh.
Merchandisable type.
So this is when you go to closing, it's saying, act of sale. I usually put 30 days, no more than 30 calendar days from the date of the act of sale to get your title stuff. And what is your question?
Okay, now merchandisable type. Now, some agents, okay, say that grants them an automatic 30-day extension. So you don't have to write an extension. Let's say your contract, you're supposed to close March 10th. And there's a problem, whatever the problem. They say, we have an automatic 30-day extension.
No, I've never dealt with that before.
I have. They said, because that is written in there, it's 30 days, your March contract could be April. And you don't have to have an extension.
I've never been told that, and I don't think
Yeah.
I'd wanna.
Yeah.
I'd say, well, let's just, I just wanna do it.
And
Let's
that's
just do it.
when I go to the other aide and say, well, I understand that you do it that way, but we need to cross this T and dot this I.
Right,
So would you mind going ahead and writing an extension?
right.
And when you got it like that, they're like, okay, sure.
Okay.
But that, I have had that happen.
And then this talks about final walkthrough. You're always gonna do, so when you've negotiated your inspection response of anything that they need to have fixed,
Yeah.
you do a final walkthrough.
Okay.
It says within 5 calendar days prior to active sale. You want to get as close as you can to that closing date
Right.
because
sure
you don't
nothing-
want, you don't want them to go back in after you've looked at it and do anything else.
Can I interject on this one? Yep, okay. I used to sell repos.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, long story short, they went 5 days before they closed. They closed on it. The day before, as best we can figure out, lightning struck the house and burned it. They bought a burnt house. And I will never, ever go to a closing without that morning walking through that house.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That is crazy.
But they did with repos, you never know what's gonna happen. We had another one where a pipe burst or something in the closet and they didn't notice it until after closing.
So that's why you need to get real close to your closing, not 5 days. I would never recommend 5 days.
But I tell my
before.
clients, you can be 5 days, not me. That ain't gonna happen to me.
Yeah.
So, and then you have a form they have to sign saying the house is in,
As is or better condition.
or better condition than it was.
Right.
And then another one that everything was prepared as agreed upon. And then you also have to give them a statement. You always need to tell them that you recommend that they change the locks because you don't know who can have a key to this house. And then they've signed all this stuff and the other agent needs to get a copy too, saying, that they've signed it.
Okay.
All right.
I was the only one that Bobby Drew that did the key statement.
What?
You're the only one.
I was the only one that Bobby Drew that did the key statement. I was the only one that Bobby Drew that did the agency disclosure.
Yes, while we're here, and I've learned my lesson about this already.
Okay.
If they've talked to you guys about the agency, buyer's agency disclosure form, like when somebody's gonna use you as their agent, you need to explain to them, okay, since, we're working together now, I have some things I need you to get signed, and one's gonna be the information pamphlet, and the other one's gonna be the buyer's agreement. And that states that you're gonna use Keller Williams as your brokerage, and you're their agent, so that they're not supposed to go off to anybody else and see things and then buy through somebody else because you're their agent. And explain it to them like that. Say, since we're working together and, I'm helping you through the whole process, anything you want to see, I have access to everything. Doesn't matter who has it listed.
Even for sale by owners.
Right. We have, that's another thing. They'll say, if you find something that says for sale by owner, get the phone number and I'll call them for you, because I can work with anything that's for sale for you. And, I explain to the advantages. And always, another thing when you're marketing yourself, it's always good to let them know that you're a professional and you'll be acting for them and helping them through the whole process for free. They never pay you a penny. The seller pays you if they buy a house.
Right, yeah, and then, but it's not really legally binding, but they feel a commitment to you after signing
Now,
that.
sometimes if you have that and you have something occur, they
Uh-huh.
ask you for it because in some circumstances it can make a difference.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay.
If you have one of those signed
Mhm.
and they decide to go up to DSLD, I don't know about DRO, but if they go to DSLD and buy a house, all you have to do is send it to DSLD and you'll get your
Oh,
commission.
really?
Never showed,
Wow.
it happened to me, never
Uh-huh.
showed up. My client, he decided one weekend, they were out riding
Uh-huh.
around and they decided to buy a house. And I said, really? Okay, no, but congratulations. I'm sorry I wasn't there with you.
No.
Well, I didn't know you had to be.
And
Uh-huh.
that's
No
why,
problem.
that's part of my spiel too. When I'm talking to him, I was like,
Right.
and even if you want to get new construction, I'll send you all the neighborhoods that are available for the different
Yeah.
companies and pick which ones you want to see. I'll make us an appointment. I was like, because
Yeah.
there are things that we know about dealing with these builders that other people don't know and they're not going to tell you.
Right.
So we go together and we look.
I
and we-
generally hand mine about 7 business cards
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
and say, go around to the different neighborhoods,
Yeah.
while you're out driving around, enjoy yourself. I said, but when you go in, just give them my card and
Yeah.
say, my realtor, sent.
You
Right,
just want to make sure you
Okay.
cover all your bases.
Because you can't be there all the time for
Right.
'em.
right.
And so,
Okay.
but I give them extra cards.
Uh-huh, okay, good, good. So did DSLP give you, what was your commission?
There's a
2.5%.
yeah, there's always 2.5. They don't
2.5%.
have that other
Yeah.
option. There's
Yeah.
nothing.
But hey, 2.5% for doing absolutely
I know.
nothing.
You don't even have to do any of the paperwork because they do it.
Well, that speaks really well for DSLP.
Well, that's also important at all of them.
Yeah.
The new,
Uh-huh.
most of the new. Now, if you're an independent builder and you're selling
Right.
something,
Mhm.
that's a little bit different.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Hey, Anthony.
I'm showing them examples.
No worries.
Yeah.
Oh, did
And
you,
I'm keeping her on her toes.
did you turn the recording off yet or no?
The Zoom?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're probably
I got
still,
Can I see your mouse?
they got us in Ponchatoula, in Mandeville.
It's still on Zoom.
Hey.
Hey, girl, hey.